on the ropes. And here he is, Secretary of Defense. So I think President Trump appreciates a fighter, and he very much sees Tulsi Gabbard as that.
A lot of news this week in Washington, our second week now of the second Trump administration. We'll continue to have these conversations every week. Before you go, do you have anything lined up? I mean, it's been moving so fast. What are you doing on Sunday?
We do. We've got Senator Fetterman with us, and I was enjoying having him as a guest. I mean,
he was here at the White House this week for the
he was there
Lake
for
and
the
Riley
Lake
bill
and Riley.
signing. Yeah,
and he was the only Democrat who voted with Republicans who were trying to push back against the ICC, this International Criminal Court, which is trying to hold Netanyahu, identify him as a war criminal, essentially. So he's a really interesting guy that I think drives his party a little bit crazy. But listen, 90+% of the time he's voting with them. But it's these outlier things like the border, like Israel, that for him are really a big issue. So I always look forward to having a conversation with him. He's exclusive with us on Sunday.
Represents maybe one of the most important states when you look at the electoral map in Pennsylvania, from Western PA, from Pittsburgh, a part of that state that used to be much more reliably Democratic than it has been in recent elections. I look forward to hearing that conversation. Shannon Bream, appreciate the time as always.
Jared, thank you.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What do you call charging thousands of dollars for hearing aids? At MD Hearing, we call it outrageous, because hearing should not be a privilege for the rich. It's a basic need everyone deserves. Hi, I'm Dr. Sandra Porps, Head of Audiology at MD Hearing. If you or a loved one have trouble hearing but don't want to waste thousands for a hearing aid, MD Hearing was created for you by doctors and audiologists. A high-quality, FDA-registered hearing aid for a fraction of the price. No costly doctor visits, no expensive and time-consuming fittings, no bulky, old-fashioned hearing aids that cost thousands. The MD Hearing Neo is just $297 per pair. It's rechargeable and fits discreetly in your ear. Even better, it lets you hear what you've been missing at a savings of more than 90% off the average price of a traditional hearing aid.
Try MD Hearing risk-free for 45 days by calling 800-918-3920. Plus, you'll get free shipping. Call now, 800-918-3920. That's 800-918-3920.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated. And a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US DOE.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DK DNKappliances.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Zuckerberg's company of Facebook and Instagram yesterday agreed to pay $25 million to settle Donald Trump's lawsuit alleging censorship. I gotta tell you, if you're Trump and you're just looking at Zuckerberg, he's cozying up to you. Now he has to give you $25 million. Remember the scene in Remember the Titans when Denzel Washington goes up to Gary Bertier and he's like, Gary, who's your daddy, Gary? If you want to get on that bus, who's your daddy, Gary? That's Trump right now to Mark Zuckerberg, and I love it. I love every bit of it.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Up across the board on Wall Street Thursday, the Dow picked up 169, the S&P 500 32, and the Nasdaq gained 49. But the last half hour or so of the trading day very volatile after President Trump announced he'll enact 25% tariffs against Canada and Mexico. Meta closed at a record high for the sixth straight session. Apple's earnings report and revenue beat expectations, but iPhone sales and China revenue for the holiday quarter for the company were weak due to stiff Chinese competition and a slow rollout of Apple artificial intelligence features. New unemployment claims down 16,000 last week to 207,000. That's the second lowest figure in almost a year. GDP growth 2.3% in the fourth quarter of 2024, down from 3.1% in quarter three, but consumer spending was 4.2% during the quarter. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Earlier this week, on his way down to one of his golf courses in Florida, the president told reporters, "I've spoken to many people about TikTok. There's a great interest in TikTok." He's signed an executive order meant to stall the law that says Chinese company ByteDance has to divest of TikTok or be banned in the United States. So it is still working for now. But last week, the president downplayed the need for a sale in an interview with Fox's Sean Hannity, who asked about the app as a Chinese spy tool.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make your telephones and they make your computers and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
Still, Congress did pass a law, and multiple people are now in talks to purchase the app. That might be music to the ears of TikTok users, especially those who make money using the app. The coveted algorithm has made the platform a juggernaut, and as Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy noted on his TikTok account, multiple influencers have made a career with the app.
There's just no way you can ruin that many jobs, livelihoods, careers, advertising. because you're afraid of Chinese disinformation.
Some other creators, like Emily Essen, hope he's right.
I feel so dumb coming on the internet and crying about an app, but the fact is that this has been a sense of community for me for years now, and it got me through really, really hard times in my life. The pandemic, losing my job, all of that, getting divorced, like all of this crap that's happened to me in the last 5 years since I've been on here.
In court documents, TikTok said shutting down the app could mean about $300 million in losses for about 2 million creators in just a month.
We support them in their affiliate marketing, their social media management, strategy, implementation. We've also helped creators with book deals and product lines and TV shows. So truly a 360 management representation agency for digital media creators.
Madison Luscombe is co-founder of the Creator Society, a talent management agency for online influencers. Let's talk about the marketing aspects of when an influencer comes to you or you guys find someone. How is that process? And we know to a certain degree, but how different is it from what we think of as traditional marketing? Like maybe we turn on the TV, we see an ad. That's not the kind of marketing we see on, like, for example, TikTok or Insta.
I think that the difference between traditional marketing and influencer marketing really comes down to the polished version that we know of traditional marketing. So influencer marketing, which is much more authentic. It's real people sharing real products that they love. So, there's this difference between the two, but at the same time, it is the same thing. You're trying to accomplish the same goals, but brands are able to have a much lower KPI with creators. We have so many people who aren't tuning into TV or who are paying for Netflix with no ads. And so how do you continue to reach consumers if they're not consuming where you're putting the ads? But I also, on that note, do think that going to continue to see this transition of creators actually filling in that space into more traditional marketing, where you're having creators do traditional marketing ops, commercials, placements in retail stores, etc.
What do you think about live selling? Is that going to be a thing?
It's been a conversation for a couple of years, and I think we kind of saw live shopping actually find a place with TikTok and their live shopping, but that's also a very different type of influencer marketing than what we see on Instagram. The creators are very different, and the way that they interact with their audiences are very different, which is interesting and a whole nother conversation. But I do think the majority of spending and purchasing before TikTok Shop was through Instagram. And I do still believe that we're going to continue to see Meta try to figure out how to lean into what TikTok has leaned into with TikTok shopping. And I do believe that live shopping has a place. I just don't think it's going to be these separate individual live shopping apps.
When we think of influencer marketing too, you say it's more authentic, but it can be very sort of subtle. Like there's like a weird placement of a water bottle, like while the girl's working out. And you're like, okay, was she paid by, Fiji to put that there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's, it's funny because our background, the Creator Society, we're actually two companies that merged together just over a year ago. And so the company that I owned alongside two of our other partners before the Creator Society, our focus was heavily in affiliate marketing. So we were using product placement back then with affiliate marketing creators. So we were saying, don't really talk about the product, just kind of hold it or use it. If it's a lip gloss, just use it and wait for someone to ask. And so to see that continue to transition and to be the strategy that everyone's using. My business partner is actually he's an old school producer from Hollywood and got into the agent business actually at CAA. He started their gaming department back in the day. And whenever we started working together, I talked to him about product placement and how the creators he was working with, I was like, when you have a brand deal coming up, you really need to be having them use the products before the brand deal comes up, because we want the audience to see that it's a product that they use and that they can trust that this creator actually loves before they're saying, I love this product so much. And he was like, yeah, so intriguing.
Before I move on, just tell me briefly, how do you think affiliate marketing has changed since you said that, in 2020, you guys were talking about it in a way that no one else really was at that time. All I hear now is about affiliate marketing. I'm still kind of confused even as to how it works, but how has it changed in such a brief time?
When you look at it, especially in 2020, I think 2020 is when affiliate marketing really exploded, because we had such a boom of online shopping and creators sharing products that they love. And so affiliate marketing, I think LTK was really like the first one to do affiliate marketing for creators and to give creators the opportunity to sell products through links and earn money. And they started back in 2012. When we started in 2020 is when we really saw this explosion, and it didn't have to be so, covert. The creators could talk about it and link the product, and everybody was just purchasing. And then we've seen this increase in saturation of influencers and everybody sharing the same products. And so creators have had to kind of adjust, especially affiliate marketing creators, and lean into connecting with their audience more and sharing links in a way that's not so outwardly salesy.
Let's talk about TikTok, because obviously you must know a ton of people who probably were very nervous when talk of this app maybe going away began to surface. It took a couple of years, but there's a law. We all don't know what's going to happen now with it, but what are you hearing from people about, like, especially people who make money off TikTok? What are you hearing from them about how nervous they feel?
It's interesting. And I was actually having this conversation with an agent at another agency right before the ban. And she was like, nobody seems worried about this. She was like, why is nobody worried? And I think a lot of people didn't think it was going to happen. And of course it did go down for a little bit. But, the creators we represent, we've always been really big about making sure that they do diversify and that they have business opportunities on multiple platforms and that they have multiple revenue streams coming in. And so, we have a creator that has over 7 million on TikTok and started back in 2020, and that's where they got their fame. And now they have over 2 million on Instagram. So yeah, the audience difference is massive, but they weren't nervous at all. They're dancers, and they were like, in 2020 when New York shut down, like, you could have said the same thing to us. You could have said, what are you going to do? All of your jobs are shutting down. And, you just have to be able to shift and lean into that. So yes, I do know that there were creators and agencies freaking out, but I think that this is just more of a reminder than ever that we can't rely on property that we don't own,
Oh, one more before I let you go. So this is a funny question. I'm sure you're paying attention, but Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank and Frank McCourt, they say they want to buy TikTok. Do you know? Do you guys have any preferences of who you like? Elon Musk, Mr. Beast. There's all this talk of these, multimillionaires, billionaires talking about maybe they could swoop in and buy TikTok. Does it matter to anybody who? Or does what matters is the algorithm? If anybody buys this and they don't have TikTok's algorithm, is that the problem?
I think that based on the conversations and just watching people on LinkedIn and the public talk about it, the algorithm is the gold of TikTok. And regardless of someone else purchasing it, which I know a lot of Gen Z is like, oh, Mr. Beast should buy it. And I think that's an interesting take, and I'd be interested to see what happens there. But at the end of the day, if TikTok is sold without its algorithm, we don't have the TikTok we have today. So I do think that is going to change the game. And I do think that there are a lot of creators and consumers who will leave the app if specific parties purchase. So it'll be interesting to say the least.
Okay, and finally, We've been hearing for years that TikTok is a national security concern, right? Like the data that China is able to get off this app, if they want it, if the Chinese government wants it, that they could have it. And furthermore, that algorithm can be very easily manipulated to the point where we see, whatever a foreign adversary government wants us to see. Does anybody who's a creator in this world, do they ever talk about that? Or is it do they laugh that off? Do they just say, well, our data is already out there, who cares? Like, what's the attitude?
I think you're talking about a majority of people who are millennials and who have grown up in the age of digital media and using these platforms and kind of being the first. I mean, we were on Lime downloading music and putting viruses all over our parents' computers, and so I think we as millennials have grown up in this age and have accepted the fact that our data is out there, and there's so many different ways that data can be extracted, and that hackers can get your password within so many tries. It's just impossible at this point. So I do think that the majority of creators that are working on TikTok and posting on TikTok, that's the least of their concern, and they feel like their data is already out there anyway.
Interesting. Fascinating. Madison Luscombe, the co-founder of the Creator Society, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-894-6680. That's 800-894-6680. Again, 800-894-6680.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
You've got the whole season planned. Shopping list, the dinner parties, who's picking up who at the airport. When someone asks, why is the heat not coming on? First you panic. You fill up a swear jar. Then you remember that Horizon Services commercial about their experts being there the same day for any problems and how they'll install a new HVAC system with no payments and 0% interest until 2025. Oh, you stop panicking and realize your swear jar will cover the Horizon visit. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining luxury designer drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Every 2 minutes, a woman in the U.S. is diagnosed with breast cancer. And in that moment in time, her life changes forever. We're fighting alongside patients because we know one moment can change a lifetime.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Investigators working to provide some clarity into the cause of Wednesday's plane helicopter crash near Reagan National Airport that left 67 people dead. Flight data and cockpit recorders have been recovered, as we hear from Fox's Gernal Scott.
The finds are expected to provide insight into how the plane was responding and what the pilots were saying leading up to the moment of the collision with the military Black Hawk helicopter.
Fox's Mark Meredith tells us there are questions regarding staffing at the air traffic control tower at the airport.
There are reports that staffing at the Reagan Airport Tower may not have been what was needed, but officials stress it is simply too early at this point to determine that. That's something they're going to look at, and obviously they'll have the records of who was in the tower at that time.
Those killed include athletes and coaches returning from the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Victor Wembanyama has been selected to what should be his first of many All-Star teams. Wembanyama was named as one of 7 Western Conference reserves on Thursday, along with Anthony Edwards, Anthony Davis, James Harden, Jaren Jackson Jr., Alperen Şengün, and Jalen Williams. Damian Lillard, Darius Garland, Jaylen Brown, Cade Cunningham, Tyler Hero, Evan Mobley, and Pascal Siakam round out the Eastern Conference. The 2025 All-Star Game will be played Sunday, February 16th in San Francisco, with the NBA moving to a 4-team, 3-game, one-night tournament, and the winner needing to be the first to reach or surpass 40 points in each game. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Hollywood people are so insulated in their little bubbles of this is what we believe because this is the news we get and this is what we see. I don't think Anthony Mackie hates America. I don't think he hates the troops. But I think when you're constantly fed, it's tyranny and it's a democracy is threatened and this is happening and that's happening. You just regurgitate that back to people, especially when you're in a room full of Romans and you're thinking, well, they all hate America. So I want to make sure as I'm selling this movie in Rome that we don't make it about America because the rest of the world thinks America's a joke. People don't think America's a joke. There's no border crisis in Guatemala, all right? They're rushing to get into America because America is still an ideal that the rest of the world respects and strives for. An ideal like you can't take America out of Captain America. Give me a break. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A new type of painkiller is the first in decades to win the FDA's approval. Journavex is not an opioid. It blocks pain signals without entering the brain, and that reduces the risk that users will become addicted to the drug. Vertex Pharmaceuticals is its maker, and some analysts predict the painkiller will become a multi-billion-dollar product for the company. But the pricing will be important. Health insurance and hospitals may continue to steer patients to opioids, which, while dangerous, are cheap and effective. At some point, the dishwasher will stop washing the dishes, or the refrigerator won't refrigerate. So there's always a market for new home appliances. But Whirlpool says customers lately are focused on the basics, not the features that pad the price tag. The company behind Maytag, KitchenAid, Amana, and of course Whirlpool Appliances predicts growth near flat this year. Tracy Jonke, Bloomberg Radio.
Identity Theft Awareness Week is here. There's a victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. 3 seconds. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second and will fix identity theft guaranteed or your money back. Plus, plans include the $1 Million Protection Package with up to $3 million in coverage for the most comprehensive plan. Take control of your identity with LifeLock. Save up to 40% off your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. On Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, January 31st. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media. At 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Jimmy Kelly running the board. Phil Almquist handling the video. Greg Stocker out today, but we have a ton of great guests coming up. Contributors, hosts, comedians, great impressions. Joe Conklin will join us starting at 7 a.m. in studio.
Woo!
Looking forward to that. And then Sean Farish live from Tennessee at 8:30 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday. What a day.
What a day indeed. Hard to believe that when we reconvene on Monday, January's gone. I don't know where January went, but we are already into February, and I'm ready for that.
Amen.
Tragedies, disasters, viruses, Arctic temperatures. Countdown is on. Come out of my winter abyss. I need some spring weather. But, boy, we have a lot of good things to get to today. I want to start with a big take on Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard yesterday. Thought they were very, very good. Two kind of different strategies.
Excuse me, you have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes. I love these people. Oh, my God. They need like a board op in there to fade down the senators' microphones. So once they get done asking their god-awful question, they cannot interrupt.
Wait, I would want to see Nick Kayal at a confirmation hearing. You'd have your board with you.
Yes, running the board.
Yeah, just play some
some drops. Play John Kennedy. Tick everybody off. It would be great. Nobody would have a clue what's going on. So we'll get to the big take on the Senate confirmation hearings yesterday. And I thought it went really well. We'll also get to the FAA, Trump, the media, DEI. Took less than 24 hours before it got political. Who's to blame? As with everything, we'll talk about that. I'm going to go in on Caitlin Collins, Bakari Sellers of CNN, and also Philadelphia-based USA Today columnist Chris Brennan, who blasted Trump in his latest column on the dying publication that is USA Today. Gannon will be out of business very shortly. Their circulation is dropping quicker than the Washington Post. So we'll get to that this morning. And also big school choice victories. Donald Trump talking about what his plans are and what has actually gone into effect in this country, including Sean Farish's state of Tennessee, where it is official, school choice officially available statewide. Once again, a red state leading the way. And then the fun will begin. We'll get through all the big stories early on, and then Joe Conklin at 7, Sean Farish at 8:30, cut sheet at 7:45. And oh, by the way, I think Conklin and Farish, we might have to set up and arrange a Biden versus Trump conversation.
This is going to be good.
I'm just going to sit back and ask a 5-second question and let those two butt heads.
I love
glorious. It'll be glorious. All right, without further ado, let's get to the news, though. Round number 1 at 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live, sponsored by First Bank. This Friday morning, yes, January 31st, a little slipping and sliding and drizzle out there. We'll have the full forecast on this kind of a warm, wet Friday for you. I'll begin with the latest as far as NTSB investigators, and they are now saying that they are assuring that they will find answers. They have recovered the black box, as it's called. We know the latest on this plane carrying 60 passengers, 4 crew members that we told you all yesterday. It was a breaking news story that it collided with that Army helicopter while landing, of course, at Ronald Reagan National Airport right near Washington, D.C., Wednesday evening. And then yesterday, the news was breaking as it was heartbreaking information that we were finding out that, in fact, those rescue crews realized that it became a recovery mission. There was no hope that they would pull anyone alive from the frigid waters of the Potomac. So a huge search and rescue operation that had been launched right nearby the Potomac River, and then became that recovery mission. All day news conferences, not only the president as well as his new cabinet, brand new on the job, many of them, but also investigators and those heroic search crews, those first responders from multiple states. But we know that the NTSB says that the public, there will be no stone left unturned in this probe into exactly what happened. And they do expect, and they're putting this out here, that they will expect a report, at least a preliminary report, within 30 days.
It already seems like that they're saying staffing shortages were in play as well, that they were understaffed, which, we can certainly get into as to why that is coming up.
But yeah, that's one of the headlines that you're hearing this morning is that apparently the manager there in the air traffic control tower had let somebody go home early. And so one person was doing the job of 2.
Mm-hmm.
They're listening to the tapes. There is a lot of back and forth, and everybody wants to, be a Monday morning quarterback about it, if you will. But they have to be thorough on the situation. And, of course, the Federal Aviation Administration confirming that this regional jet colliding midair with that Sikorsky H-60 chopper while on approach to runway 33, Reagan Washington National Airport, happened around 9 o'clock. That commercial aircraft, and here's what we're learning more in the local connections, because there were many people with connections to our area on that American Airlines flight that had originated from Wichita, Kansas. And so among them, we know that there were many famous or champion figure skaters that were aboard there. They were coming from Kansas. And so we know that the wife of skating coach Alexander Kirsanov confirmed her husband was on the plane. So Natalia Gudin said that her husband was with 2 young ice skaters on board the flight. Those skaters, Sean Kay and Angela Yang, who have ties to the University of Delaware Figure Skating Club. Now, these are kids, but obviously these clubs, much like I imagine you and Kristen relate to this because your girls
Yeah.
are involved in national dance
And they
competitions.
travel. Yes, they travel. Luckily, maybe not luckily. They travel by car, which is actually more dangerous than, flying. But yes, they do regional stuff. When they were in Tennessee, they traveled to the Carolinas, Alabama, Georgia, and they'll be doing that up here from Pennsylvania to New Jersey to Delaware. Yep.
So it's a community.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why oftentimes you get to know people from across the country. And certainly you know the coaches. And these are the star athletes, right? So you know those ones that are the champions. And then we talked yesterday about the Russian champion couple. So we have that going on. So a lot of reaction locally from our Philadelphia and Delaware skating club communities as they talk about and pay tribute to these victims. Just heartbroken and absolutely devastated. So we have that going on. There's also a story, and I'll pivot a little bit here. There's a lot of local news. We have Tony Watlington, our local school superintendent here in Philadelphia, releasing his state of education report and saying, well, we're improving. So we're not where we need to be, but post-pandemic, we know that those numbers have been very low and concerning. So now he's saying, we are getting better, Philadelphia. So is that a C+? I don't know.
That's what I'm wondering. Can you, there's nowhere to go from the bottom, right? I mean, you can't get any lower, I would imagine, although probably in theory they could, but without specifics, that doesn't do much for me.
Yeah.
Feels like more like lip service.
Yeah, and so so that we got that going on. We also have another story that we have going on for you this morning, and that is the updates on all of these ICE raids that we've talked about. So we know that there were 7 arrested in Philadelphia. Haven't heard a lot of details on those ICE raids, but I will tell you that there are reports in Chester County, a lot of family in Chester County, of they're fake ICE volunteer people, and they are stirring up and upsetting the immigrant community there. So there are reports out of Chester County that Pennsylvania's immigrant immigrant community, I should say, as they worry about the Trump administration, Tom Homan, all of the news in the headlines.
Mm-hmm.
And so what is up with this? Are there those posers as fake ICE?
Well, I mean, if it's true, that's against the law.
Yeah, you're posing as a federal law enforcement agency.
Yeah. Let the professionals handle it if that's true. Just sit down. Seriously. Just crack a cold one and let Tom Homan and Kristi Noem handle it. I think they're on a nice ratio and a nice pace through 7 or 8 days.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, and this is under investigation because, to your point, it's a federal crime, but also we do have some confirmation from some of the local law enforcement there, and even WCU, Westchester University, put out a statement that there were reports of this vehicle that looks like an official vehicle, somebody claiming. So they did capture it on video. They're releasing pictures of it. They're saying this is fake. This is not real law enforcement. So what are they up to?
More vigilantes?
That's we really don't know. We don't have all the answers to that. So that's under, I mean, is it usually, usually when somebody, I don't know, when you think of law enforcement, they're trying to pull over young women and bad stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think of.
Right. With those little fake blue lights they put on top of their car.
So I'm not sure, and they're investigating it.
All right.
The Flyers locked out again. I know we have Brandon Graham news, and that's exciting that he be playing.
Yeah, it's looking like a distinct possibility.
So that's pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And the weather. It's warmer today. I know it's wet and warm, nearly 50 degrees today, but unfortunately rainy. A lot of accidents and fender benders out there we're hearing about, so just slow down, be careful. A lot of slipping and sliding. But for your weekend, the sun comes back out. Saturday, 41 degrees. Sunday, 42. By Monday, and yes, as Nick Kayal said, we'll be into February. We're looking at 54 degrees and sunny skies for your Monday.
Please don't go below 50 again. Never. I don't want anything below 50 for the rest of the winter. Can we just go 50 and above until we get to April? I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, February's coming in quite warm, so nice. First Bank is our sponsor, ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner. You can count on First Bank for personalized support Smart solutions help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. You can learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one more Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, straight cash and grilling with Gabbard. When you go back and you look at all of Donald Trump's nominations for his administration, you have to give it up for how his selections have handled their Senate confirmation hearings. I wouldn't give it an A+, but considering all of the firepower that Democrats have, it is safe to say that this entire process has gone very well for the Trump team. Sure, Matt Gaetz never survived. Maybe that was intentional on the Trump side. Hegseth definitely has character flaws, and Bobby made a few mistakes along the way, but I would give this group a 9 out of 10 from top to bottom. And here's my big picture observation. The Democrats who questioned them, they came off as emotionally unhinged idiots stuck in their feelings. Trump's picks were very prepared. They were cool, calm, collected, and handled themselves incredibly well under fire. And yesterday was no different, as Kash Patel had his moment in the sun as he looks to head up the FBI, and Tulsi Gabbard aims to lead national intelligence. Kash Patel super composed, and he picked apart methodically all of their attacks. Tulsi, I believe, was the aggressor early on, establishing a tone that she as a female would not be bullied by any senators who think she can't handle this uber important role. Two different strategies, but both were successful. Here was Kash Patel, first of all, with Louisiana Senator John Kennedy. Listen and watch this, Jim.
If you're not ticking off some people, you're not doing your job right.
My colleague and friend Senator Durbin called you a conspiracy theorist. You remember that?
I do, Senator.
You were instrumental in revealing that the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I was the lead investigator.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Wow. Kash and Kennedy off the top rope. Kash Patel exposed the corruption and the rot behind the biggest scam of the first Trump term. But there's more. Kash Patel, also the man who exposed the illegal spying by the FBI on Donald Trump as well. And the truth is, he knows where the bodies are buried. And he gives the deep state a deep state of anxiety and heartburn. But under Kash Patel, the FBI, they're going to get back to doing what you're supposed to do. That's being a cop. No more weaponized government and no more political lawfare. Listen and watch Kash.
Senator, this may be one of the scenarios that most uniquely qualifies me to take command at the FBI. Having been the victim of government overreach and a weaponized system of justice and law enforcement, I know what it feels like to have the full weight of the United States government barreling down on you. And as the Biden Inspector General determined, those activities by the FBI and DOJ were wholly improper and not predicated upon law and facts. I will ensure, if confirmed, that no American is subjected to that kind of torment, to that kind of cost, financially and personally. And most importantly, I will make sure that no American is subjected to death threats like I was, and subjected to moving their residences like I was, because of government overreach, because of leaks of information about my personal status. If confirmed as FBI director, Mr. Chairman, you have my commitment that no one in this country will feel that pain.
Wow. Kash Patel on fire yesterday. And how about the resume? Chief of Staff to the Department of Defense, Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Deputy Assistant to the President of National Security Council, and National Security Prosecutor at the DOJ, as well as starting off his career as a public defender. Find me someone more qualified, who is not contaminated, who has bigger balls than this guy. The Super Bowl is coming up with our Eagles in New Orleans. What is Patel ready to do to serve our country and secure it? Listen and watch this.
The recent terrorist attacks in New Orleans tragically claimed the lives of 14 innocent Americans and serve as a stark reminder that our national security is at threat, both internally and externally. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice, where I served, play a pivotal role in securing our freedoms and our safeties for American citizens. If confirmed as the next FBI director, I will remain focused on the FBI's core mission. That is to investigate fully wherever there is a constitutional factual basis to do so, and to never make a prosecutorial decision that is solely the providence of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General.
Patel is getting confirmed. I think you can cash that wager right now. Now we get to Tulsi Gabbard, another former Democrat, just like Elon Musk and RFK Jr., who jumped ship to save America from the ruin of today's modern, radicalized, far-left Democrat Party that doesn't resonate with these individuals anymore. Tulsi touted her record of independence yesterday at her Senate confirmation hearing, and she refuses to be called a foreign asset or a puppet for anybody. Listen and watch.
The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet. I have no love for Assad or Gaddafi or any dictator. I just hate al-Qaeda. I hate that we have leaders who cozy up to Islamist extremists, minimizing them to so-called rebels. As Jake Sullivan said to Hillary Clinton, quote, al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. Well, Syria is now controlled by an al-Qaeda offshoot, HTS, led by an Islamist jihadist who danced in the streets on 9/11 and who is responsible for the killing of many American service members.
If you don't buy what Tulsi is selling, maybe you'll believe the vetting that Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas has done on the future director of national intelligence. Listen and watch Cotton.
I'm dismayed by the attacks on Ms. Gabbard's patriotism and her loyalty to our country. For instance, Hillary Clinton has smeared Ms. Gabbard, calling her an asset of a foreign nation. Let me remind everyone that Ms. Gabbard has served in our Army for more than 2 decades. She has multiple combat tours, and she still wears the uniform to this day. She has undergone 5 FBI background checks. I spent more than 2 hours last week reviewing the latest, putting eyes on more than 300 pages. It's clean as a whistle. It's fine that we have differences of opinions on policies and programs. I suspect some of my Republican colleagues might disagree with some of Mrs. Gabbard's votes in the House of Representatives. Just as I suspect that some of my Democratic colleagues might criticize Ms. Gabbard's statements and actions since she saw the light and left the Democratic Party. But I sincerely hope that no one today will impugn Ms. Gabbard's patriotism and integrity.
Tulsi Gabbard is America first through and through, and I too think that she will get confirmed. As of yesterday, Kalshi, a New York-based odds and betting market similar to Polymarket that we cited in the fall leading up to the election with election odds between Trump and Kamala, had the following percentages for confirmation. RFK Jr., 62% chance to be confirmed. Tulsi Gabbard, 65%. Kash Patel, 93%. But fear not on Bobby and Tulsi. Donald Trump has recess appointments in his back pocket should they become necessary to utilize. And the swamp is terrified. The deep state petrified. 2 former Democrats and the man who exposed the Russia hoax for being exactly what it was, a hoax. All with 0 Fs given, all ready to strip away the rust, ready to gut things from the inside out, all ready to eradicate the rot to the best of their abilities in the departments that they are gunning for. And if you think left-wingers and the mainstream media are freaking out now over Trump's deportation operation that is underway, his eradicating of DEI, his position on school choice, his ending of gender insanity, and countless other things that he has done in just 8 full days, just wait until prices start to drop with our cost of living crisis and the 2 wars overseas come to a close. The mental health of Democrats, already eroding before our very eyes will quickly turn into a stage 5 TDS endemic. American citizens shouldn't fear Bobby, Tulsi, or Cash, but those who are the corrupt actors in Washington, they absolutely should. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, if you want to jump in, you can do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210WPHT. And, of course, in our YouTube chat, just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Get Dawn's thoughts on the other side for Tulsi's performance, as well as first impressions from Kash Patel yesterday. And then we will delve very deep here into the worst airline disaster and tragedy of the last 15 years. It took less than 24 hours before the fingers started to be pointed. We'll make sense of it all when we come back. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal and Dawn Stensland back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your weekend just got a lot better. Sunday mornings with Barry Siebel and friends.
America gives you an opportunity. You have to take advantage of it. Go get an education. Go pick up a book and read. Go figure out what lane you're capable of being in so you could go make a living. The trades today, electrician, plumber, car mechanic. There's opportunities in America. Go get it, please.
Barry Siebel and friends. Listen Sunday mornings at 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. An important question for all empty nesters out there. Are you wondering if this is your year to downsize? Maybe you want to know the latest trends in the real estate market that will impact how fast your home will sell. Maybe you want to know the new administration policies that will affect the value of your home. That's a lot to think about. Let my great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors answer all these questions for you at her next breakfast event for future home sellers this Saturday morning, February 1st at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. Diane unlocks the secrets to outshine the competition, boost your bottom line, take control of your equity, and sell fast, smarter, and for more. I'll be there that morning. It's always a great breakfast, great time to see you and get Diane's advice. Plus, she'll be signing copies of her new book, Model Home Mindset. So RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or visit 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you there on Saturday morning.
The working families of La Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
If you depend on Social Security, your retirement lifestyle may be at risk.
Jim O'Neill, I'm from Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. Much of our Social Security funding may dry up, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. Take your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I have absolute peace of mind because I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th. Seating is limited and registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
We have definitely made up our mind, and we're not wasting any more time because we have a lot of big stories to get through. Joe Conklin in studio at 7 for all sorts of laughs. Sean Farish at 8:30, and a great cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Stalker out again, sick today. I was actually sent a text last night, and the question, we might have to do a poll question. Who has worked fewer days in 2025 so far? Joe Biden or Greg Stalker?
Joe Bin.
Joe Bin.
My youngest son in high school said everybody at school is sick.
I know, it's unbelievable.
And he was in the shower. He's like blowing his nose.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh my God.
Yep.
I'm like, bleach. I'm a bleacher. You know what I mean? Like I just,
yeah.
Went in the bathroom and just.
Oh, so he was not blowing his nose into perhaps
No,
a
in the
toilet
shower.
paper.
You can hear. Yeah.
Oh, he was shooting a snot rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the shower.
Yeah, well, you do that on the golf course from time to time when the allergies kick in.
Is there like Navage or something?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? He's like,
Get a neti
Navage.
Get a neti pot, dude. What is this, a third world country?
He's a teenage boy. There's no neti pot. It's like,
be careful with the
boy.
neti pots as well. They can sometimes get the water stuck in your ear. I had that issue once. Took like 2 weeks. It's
Oh my
disaster.
God.
Yeah.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, I had to get my eardrum slit to get the fluid out. Yeah.
So maybe the shower and then, and then just bleach.
Yeah, I think they call it a myringotomy. By the way, I'll get fact checked on that. It's probably not the
what?
correct. I think it's called a myringotomy when they
myringotomy.
when they slit the eardrum to drain fluid out. Yeah. You got to go see an ENT. All right, so let's get.
Between you and Zioli, I know every procedure known to man.
You know what? Actually, if I had missed days in January, you could put me and Zioli on there, or Zioli and I. We could have a 4-way poll of Zioli, myself, Joe Biden, Greg Stalker. Who's been under the weather more? We'll get to the airline stuff here coming up in a moment. I'm seeing some of the highlights on television right now with the split screen of Tulsi and Kash Patel. Your thoughts yesterday on the performance of both?
I thought that they were phenomenal. Kash Patel, and I did see somewhere Senator Ted Cruz said they have the votes, so he confidently has said Kash Patel he's bank.
Mm-hmm.
He's in. So I did see that, and I believe the same is true for Tulsi Gabbard. I think they'll both get in. I do. I also thought that Joni Ernst, who, she is somebody who works across the aisle.
Yeah, she's got a lot of stroke.
And yeah, so I think that her introduction of Tulsi Gabbard, I mean, just the introductions from a Democrat and a Republican and then moving forward, I just thought it was and I just think I love her voice. I think she is incredible. So I thought both of them were very impressive. I would agree with you.
You can
Sorry
see.
to be boring.
No.
Usually Greg is the one who disagrees and
Right.
makes it interesting.
Well,
so.
Greg's listening on the app right now, yelling into the phone,
Yeah,
saying, say, somebody disagree on something, please. But this is why I thought that Tulsi was vice presidential material. She just presents so incredibly well. Cool, calm, confident, well-spoken, veteran. She's, as Tom Cotton said, she's seen the light. She's flipped from D to R. And again, it's not like she's a staunch conservative by any stretch. That's obviously not the case. I was also reading about how she's been slandered by those on the left for her religious beliefs. I believe she's of Hindu faith. So it's one of these things where, boy, when she was a Democrat, if you questioned her religion or her faith, you were a hater. Now she's a Republican, so it's fair game where you can kind of bring all of this out yesterday. And she was talking about her religion and things like that. So I just thought, especially early on, she came out and I was expecting, and I said this yesterday, cool, calm, but she really set the tone. I think and Dawn, you could probably speak to this. She probably, and even though she's a seasoned veteran in politics to some extent, you probably had to be of the belief of, okay, I need to come out and show some backbone and some strength right away and not allow any of these people that are trying to tear me down to intimidate me as a female who wants to become the director of national intelligence in this country. So I think there was probably this, I'm gonna confirm and verify just how tough I am from a female standpoint, which, by the way, multiple tours of duty. And if you've ever seen the highlights of her on social media at the shooting range, it's nothing like me at King Shooters on Sunday. I'll put it that way. Yeah, maybe King Shooters should call her. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and that's another piece of it when people say, oh, the Trump administration is lily white or that sort of thing. You have two individuals, two top tier individuals that Trump wants on his cabinet, both Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard. They're both Hindu. Yeah. Both of them. Right. And both of them, I guess you could say, are in that, what they call the black and brown community, which I hate all those broad brushstrokes that we talk about. But I think that
I think Kash Patel's got some Middle Eastern blood in him.
Well, his parents are of Indian heritage, but remember he said they're from Africa. They were actually in Uganda, and then they were Idi Amin. They were persecuted and left that war torn area. So here's somebody. I mean, like you said, he is tough. He is fantastic. He's qualified. I have no doubt that these two, but especially Kash Patel, that they're money in the bank. I don't know about RFK Jr. I know there are still some questions about him and his.
That was my concern. I thought he'd be the toughest one. I still think he's going to get through, at least by a recess appointment. But man, you look at the odds. He is, if you believe the odds, he's in Kash Patel 93%, Tulsi Gabbard 65%, Bobby 62%.
I just think RFK Jr. in truth is too much of a trophy because I have to say this. He's too much of a trophy because he's a Kennedy. And I think that no matter what, I 100% believe that he will be somewhere in this administration. Even like I said before, if Trump makes him a czar of something, the nutrition czar, whatever you want to say, because it's just a thorn in. You see the Democrats.
Too much of a lightning rod.
It is.
Too much baggage.
He's a Kennedy. He's RFK Jr.
Is he a distraction?
It makes them crazy.
Is he a distraction for the administration?
No.
Okay.
If
he's not a distraction, and we've seen Trump just basically saying, "This is what I was running on. I won, and I'm going to do it." I just find it hard to believe that he wouldn't use the recess. And I was actually shocked when I researched it that he didn't use a recess appointment in his first term. I find that to be staggering.
I don't think he's. I don't think he's going to go that route. I really don't. I think that he has the power, and plus that he knows the ratings. You know what I mean? That's because he loves television and he loves ratings. So he knows that RFK Jr.'s skill set, his wheelhouse, and where people just love him. It's all about nutrition labels, health, right?
Yep.
So that's what you make them. Just make them and then who do you choose? I don't know, Nicole Sapphire.
She's very sharp doctor.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So get somebody else in there, and then make him a czar of nutrition labels, whatever.
You give him basically the Tom Homan label while you give the official title to somebody else like Kristi Noem.
Yeah.
Is basically what you're saying. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Look, I mean, as long as we have people with the same passion as Bobby, with the same vision and goal of putting the scare and the stare of death into big food and big pharma and making us a healthier nation, I'm fine with it. You can give him the health czar title as long as he's a part of it, because I do think he's on to many things that are correct, and there's other things that he's completely off base on, or that is still kind of unable to be verified one way or the other, despite countless studies. Let's get to the FAA, and Dawn, you've been reporting on this for the last 2 days, worst airline tragedy since at least 2009. And I was reading a lot of different pilot opinions yesterday, those that have 20, 30, 40 years of aviation experience. And I think we can obviously rule out terrorism at this point. We haven't heard any speculation about that. I think we can rule out mechanical, electrical, or structural failure. This is not a Boeing issue or the engine or the wing malfunctions. This appears to be either a staffing shortage or what's also a lot of experts have said, a communication failure and a comprehension of instructions between air traffic control, the helicopter pilot, and other human beings involved. This appears to be human error. And I don't think you can blame DEI yet, because we don't know the identity, at least to my knowledge, of the pilots or the air traffic controller, when they were hired, how much experience they have, what their gender is, things like that. So we don't know the identities, resumes, qualifications, and history of employment with these people. But that didn't stop CNN from playing their usual card of blaming Donald Trump. I want to play you a clip of Caitlin Collins in a moment, as well as Bakari Sellers.
Nick. Now I have to play the Greg Stocker role a little bit because he would have been all over you.
Go ahead.
So Caitlin Collins is on in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
She was responding to what Trump said in his news conference
About the water. What am I going to go to? Am I going to go swimming?
No, I mean, Trump, what he said, he was perfect in the first, he was perfect in his first part of his news conference. But then he went there and he talked about DEI.
Right.
He did talk about that.
Which is a possibility.
And
it's just too premature to absolutely
But he
pinpoint.
went there.
He did. But let me play you this. Phil, this is Caitlin Collins, I believe, clip. I've got 45 packets here. Caitlin Collins, clip K2, if you could.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families?
They are a group of people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question. I'm surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming
I'm surprised. So she's asking that after her colleague at CNN, Bakari Sellers, immediately blamed Trump's rollback of DEI for this crash. Bakari Sellers, who I believe, and I've never watched Bakari Sellers, but I see his tweets from time to time when conservative people spar with him on X. I'm guessing he does probably the Scott Jennings 10 o'clock show with Abby Phillip. He's like a contributor, round table panelist type guy. And he screen grabbed a picture, and Phil's going to show it right here. Democrats-transportation.house.gov, Trump's dangerous freeze of air traffic control hiring. And he captioned it and said 8 days ago. Now, the picture is from January 29th. Obviously, Trump took over January 21st. That's the reference to 8 days ago. Nothing Trump has done with DEI or hiring freeze has had zero impact on that collision. There's 0% likelihood that Donald Trump has anything to do with this tragedy. But from a mathematical percentage standpoint, it is far more likely, and again, I don't know that this is at the hands of DEI with less than qualified individuals, but the DEI rollbacks with the Federal Aviation Administration, or I shouldn't even say rollbacks, the implementation of DEI practices in the FAA goes back 11 years to Barack Obama, and then it was accelerated under Joe Biden. If you follow one of these really great informational threads on Twitter, Amuse, A-M-U-S-E, he's got a long breakdown of how Democrats and DEI within the FAA has made air travel less safe in America than ever before. And he's got countless statistics on this thread. I'll retweet it during the break. There has been a record of near-miss incidents on the ground. Major airports have become the site of a ton of close calls, and they started rolling back. And if you're a pilot or if you have any flying experience, you've probably taken the AT-SAT training exam. And since 2014, the FAA sidelined this exam, which basically was your test to prove that you're ready to fly a plane at this level commercially in the United States and around the planet. And according to this report, over 3,000 highly qualified CTI graduates, many of whom had already demonstrated superior aptitude, were summarily, I'll say that 10 times fast, dismissed in favor of candidates who better aligned with racial and gender quotas. In fact, there are people, and I don't know that this is true, so take that with a grain of salt, but under Mayor Pete, I was told from multiple people that he hired intellectually disabled people to run air traffic control. This is also a guy who just kind of...
Yeah, but Nick, the air traffic control, they've come out, okay, a couple of things I'm going to say.
Yeah.
First of all, the FAA, Michael Whitaker, he had resigned on the 20th, which I'd have to look back and see, is that normal? I guess Elon Musk had been critical of him and others.
Yeah.
But as far as the FAA, to my knowledge, I don't think what the reporting is, and maybe it's biased. So all the reporting says, and the FAA has come out, and they've said that because of the nature of their jobs, that they are not subjected to these DEI mandates. That's the talking point. That's what they claim.
Subjected as in forced to initiate them?
That's what the allegation is.
Okay.
Here, that's the claim, I should say, not an allegation. That's the claim by the FAA officials. But remember, you don't have a chief right now because now you'll get Trump's person in.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, here's what I'm going to say about all of it with Trump. Everybody know, I love Trump. I do. And so this is my phone blowing up while I was on the air yesterday because Trump was late. He was supposed to come on at 11. I don't know what was going on. Then they come on at 11:21. And the first 10 minutes were perfect. He was empathetic and it was really beautifully written. And then he went rogue. And that's what, I mean, I could read you some of my girlfriends who are, one of my girlfriends who told my boys, you're allowed to date liberal girls, but don't you marry one. You know what I mean? You'll mess up the family. You know what I mean? These are the most conservative, gung-ho Trump MAGA mamas in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
My phone was blowing up when he started riffing about this. And not because anybody thinks that he's wrong down the road.
Okay.
That he went on to say that he felt that Buttigieg was more distracted and concerned about DEI hires, and there are memos; they're all online.
Mm-hmm.
I should have sent them to you last night. We could do a whole thing on it. That the mandates that they want are that they've upped these now to they want more than 12% of the total workforce to actually be a person with these various quote unquote disabilities.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a mandate that they've had.
Can you imagine going to a place where they hire somebody with a disability that impacts your ability to possibly live? Like Jimmy Kelly, right? Jimmy, we love you. You don't have necessarily the best vision on the planet, but you're not going to cost me my life. I mean, would you hire Jimmy Kelly to fly a Boeing 747 with all due respect?
Well, I think the question to Jimmy Kelly is, how would you feel if somebody said, "Oh, great, you're legally blind? Great, you're at the top of the list." I mean, that's an insult to a professional who works really hard, takes a train to get to work, gets here at 4:45 every morning.
I mean, would you hire a surgeon who can't use their hands to perform open heart surgery on you to hit a quota? I want a guy that can utilize his fingers properly with scalpels and when he's cutting open my chest bone. This is absurd that in professions where your safety is paramount, getting from point A to point B. We're hiring people with disabilities that could very well impact our livelihoods for the sake of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Jimmy Kelly.
It's outrageous.
Your comment, sir?
Well, I'll put it to you this way. If you want me to fly a plane for the good of the show, we were talking yesterday. We were talking a few days ago about me driving a snowmobile. For the good of the show, I would do it.
Right.
And if it's under supervision, then that's one thing. But you are correct, because these hires that go on. And I remember when I was hired here being told, hey, we need to give you a chance to do this because under Americans with Disabilities Act, you would be within your right to sue us.
Correct.
And, okay, that's fine, ADA, but some of it goes way too far with these DEI hires, and people's lives are at stake.
That's my point.
I mean, people's lives are not at stake if something gets messed up here.
Right.
It stops the show a little bit.
Right. And then advertisers get
move
mad.
on, and advertisers get mad.
And we throw you under the bus.
Exactly. And we throw you literally under the SEPTA bus
under
that
the
you were coming
electric
in.
bus.
I love electric school buses.
Yes, I know, Kamali. So do I.
So, and then I have Mayor Pete putting out this tweet. He says despicable.
Because he was attacked.
Yeah.
So Trump teed him up for a response.
But all right, if I was in a court of law and I said, and you're my witness, Dawn, is it more likely than not that this is DEI and not the fault of Donald J. Trump? Is that a fair assessment?
That's not the point. The point is that Trump, when he came out, he's been perfect. Everything has been perfect in my opinion, and I think it has been exciting to see everything he's doing in warp speed.
Yep.
And so he had this moment to bring the nation together in prayer, a moment of silence. What he said, like I say in the opening, 10 minutes was beautiful and heartfelt. And so why give the opening? Why call out Buttigieg? Do that later. Even have your people as they investigate. So I don't doubt that anything he said down the road, was this mismanaged, and did they prioritize things they should not have? And they obviously know if somebody was let go early from work that day, and one person, they know all that. So that's going to come out.
Right.
Let the others say that as they investigate. You be the president of the United States of America, and bringing people together, and really having that presidential moment where everybody in the nation loves you and says, wow, that was, Trump that was beautiful. It was a beautiful moment. And that's what he was teed up for. But the problem is in those few moments where he said those things about Buttigieg, and I know, I get it. I get it. He's emotional. He's angry because he has all the stats. He has all these people reporting to him saying, this is the mismanagement and this is what, it all come out.
Right.
So I'm sure in that moment of emotion, it would be, perhaps for any of us to hard, to refrain from that and just say, dang it, these people should not have died.
Yeah.
But you can't go there because now the media, you've just given them the ball and it's like an interception and you've given them that ball and now they're going to run with it. And they're not talking about any of the good stuff that he appropriately spoke about. This is the lead story.
It's just, it feels different this time around because he obviously was running on eliminating DEI. And then after being shot at, after the lawfare, the prosecutions, the court cases, he knows this is, his only term that he will be able to serve. And oh, by the way, you talk about giving the media something to run with. The media has never been less relevant than they are today. Nobody cares about I'm giving I'm giving Bakari Sellers more love right now by reading his tweet than people probably saw the tweet on social media. And then he goes up and follows up by deleting that tweet, the 8 days ago tweet that Phil put up on YouTube. And he says, I deleted the post, and this actually plays into your line of rationale, Dawn. I deleted the post because timing matters. Politics at this point does not. I effed up. I own that. I'm very prayerful, but I'm also very frustrated, upset, and disturbed where we are as a country. I recognize and will do better. The only thing that matters is rescuing the survivors and ensuring this never happens again. I'm disturbed by DEI. I think it's created, to me, and we cited that Michigan study at the University of Michigan. DEI actually makes people more resentful and drives a further wedge between different genders and races and identities. So I just look at it.
I agree with you, Nick, but I'm really just talking about not the content, but the timing of when he said what he said. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
no,
so
I got it. Yeah.
I will say this to your point. It's such a fast news cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And now here we are on Friday. And then, so the news cycle changes. All the Sunday programs, to your point about the media, because Trump did hold that last night news conference. And I think part of that was he was trying to update and that sort of thing. Nobody's even airing what he said, except the one snippet that he said around, I don't know, it was probably like 11:35 a.m.-ish. And so they're not even going with what he said much later in the day.
Yeah.
And so that's what they'll be playing Sunday. They'll try to, and that's, I would just say this. He had a moment where he got emotional and probably got aggravated that they've mismanaged something.
Sure.
And policy matters. And when people mismanage the transportation of our nation,
right,
tragedy occurs. And I'm sure that when you're at the top and you see, because he's going to see things that will not be released for years. You're right. He gets briefed every day. And so I will just say this. He might have said something in that moment that he was riffing a little bit. He definitely pulled it back later in the evening. But what about the media? So they weren't emotional. They didn't do something by mistake or you let something slip out of aggravation. This is purposeful.
Oh,
this is their directive. This is their mission. And that's, to me, what's evil about it.
Prime example of what you're talking about here. I'm not sure if the name resonates. Chris Brennan, he is a Philadelphia-based columnist for the USA Today that writes about politics, and I had no idea who this guy was until it popped up on my timeline. And he writes a column yesterday, 12 hours ago. Donald Trump returned to first-term form, reflexively rejecting accountability for anything awful that happens on his watch. He needed to deflect attention amid tragedy. With few actual facts available, he lazily targeted DEI, my USA Today column, which, by the way, USA Today lost 29% of their traffic in 2024, and nobody reads. But I gave him a little of attention right there. And that's what I'm talking about is, Trump brings up DEI, and now the columns are, and that's fine. You write about it, you talk about it, do whatever you want. But I think whether it's 30 days from now, I think you said preliminary report in 30, could take up to a year. I guarantee you it will have something to do, not necessarily perhaps with DEI, but shortages of staff, community, all of the ineptitude that we've had to live with for the last 4 years. And maybe even going back, this could be an Obama era hire. This could be a Biden era hire. This could be a Trump era hire. But if this is a communication failure, we have to get better in communication in 2025. I'll just wrap by saying this. I thought Buck Sexton had a really, really good based point. Former CIA agent who now does the Clay and Buck show, which is the old Rush Limbaugh time slot. He says, I've ridden in Black Hawk helicopters in war zones. One of the things that come into mind automatically, tragically with this situation, is that they are built to be stealthy. That is why they are so dark in color, and they are very, very difficult to see at night. So if we did have a communication breakdown between air traffic control, the pilot for American Airlines, and this Black Hawk helicopter, maybe that explains, and maybe we need to have a deeper conversation on, should we be conducting training exercises with Black Hawk helicopters in highly populated commercial airline areas like this airport in Arlington, Virginia? I don't know. I would think you would want to do that in some kind of isolated rogue area, would you not?
Well, no, they need to do those training exercises there. But the reports are coming out that there were something like 1,000 close calls and near misses, 1,000 over just the past year.
Yeah.
And so what they're saying is that this was sort of a disaster waiting to happen.
Yes.
I think that's the kind of thing I know that Trump was referring to. I'm simply saying that, I know Caitlin Collins, she was truthfully,
right.
There was a piece of what she asked in there where she said, as they're pulling these bodies from the water, I wish she would have asked it differently because she asks it with such apathy. And that, so she sort of cancels herself out. But had she do a Dawn question, right? She said, Mr. President, they're pulling the bodies of these victims out of the water.
WWDA, what would Dawn ask?
Is this too soon? Should we not be talking about this particular issue? Wait a bit. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
if somebody who was like even fair or friendly had asked it in a really empathetic way to say these families are being notified and we want you to speak to them, like he would have immediately. I think at some point it did click with him that because he's so into it.
Yeah.
But I think she as if she could care less about the people being pulled from. You know what I'm saying? So her apathy is annoying.
Yes.
But some of her wording in her question was not wrong.
To your point of these close calls, over 1,000 runway near misses in this past year alone, Amuse highlights on X. In September 2024, Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 was forced to abort takeoff in Nashville to avoid colliding with a Southwest 737 that was mistakenly cleared to cross the active runway. A month later, October 2024, Delta Airlines Airbus A350 collided with Air CRJ 900 at Atlanta's airport, resulting in millions in damages and a full-scale investigation. And then right around Christmas, December 2024, a Delta jet at LAX nearly struck a private aircraft due to an air traffic controller's miscommunication, narrowly avoiding a tragic disaster. To what your point was, Dawn, we have been flirting on the edge of disaster for quite some time, and heads need to roll, and investigations need to be happening. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back. We'll get some news from Dawn. Final big story of the day, school choice, Donald Trump, also what occurred in Tennessee statewide. And then Joe Conklin is here. He's coming in here next, and we've got all sorts of good things lined up. Get ready to laugh if you're not already fired up. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is next.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Make your home renovation dreams come true with Emmons Remodeling.
We handle everything from concept to completion, delivering beautiful, functional spaces for you and your family to enjoy.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts ensure your project is completed on time and on budget.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
For January only, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com is also offering discounts up to 20% off MSRP on select models. 0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand finance through SFS on approved credit. Ends 1/31/25.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Joe Cameron. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. You know, we all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 is underway live on a Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Joe Conklin is here, and we will hear from him coming up in just a couple of minutes. Absolutely busy show. Cut sheet at 7:45. Sean Farish at 8:30. The man, the myth, the legend. One of the funniest guys I have ever had the chance to finally work with is Joe Conklin, and he is in studio with us now. Jimmy Kelly, let's fade up Joe Conklin here. Hello, Joe. How are you, sir?
Am I on? Is this thing on?
Yes, it is on.
Hello, 1, 2. I think I'm on the in the background. What's happening, brother?
It's good to have you in here, man.
Likewise. A lot of crazy stuff going on.
Yeah.
Tragedies, stumblings, but it's Eagle Mania. We're in the Super Bowl.
I mean, everybody's fired up about this. It's such a fun time. I mean, this is now the third appearance in the last 19, 20 years. I mean, even people in Kensington in bars are fired up right now. I got to imagine even Chip Snapper's having the hell of a time.
Yeah, well, Chip Snapper is a bar owner. It's Chip Snapper's Tap Room. He's in Kensington. It's if people from the old neighborhood know the Kellises. I think they changed hands. I don't know if it's the same building. It's right there. It's across the street from Jack's Famous. It's at the corner of Kensington and Allegheny. Have you heard of that intersection at all?
I've heard of that, yes. I hear the patrons are going to be coming in very shortly.
Yes.
A couple of broadcasters.
Merrill, and we got to talk with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick. But we're also getting excited. I'm excited to be working with you and Dawn coming up at the end of the month here.
That's right.
At Westchester. I didn't realize all the connections that Dawn has with Westchester.
Dawn's connected with Westchester. I'm a Temple guy, a criminal justice guy. It's going to be a big night. Comedian, entertainer Joe Conklin, City Rhythm Orchestra, returning to Westchester University. It'll be coming up on Friday, February 21st. Tickets on sale now for one performance only. And, Dawn, you do have those Westchester connections. Oh, no, Jimmy Kelly.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Jimmy, let's
just
go.
talked to Jimmy for half an hour about how great a job he's doing.
Yeah, maybe he should be a pilot for Delta.
You jinxed him.
That's the Grace Ferry coming out.
Grace Ferry?
That's where Jimmy's from.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we'll get
my husband, Larry, he graduated from WCU, and Stacia and Jonathan, my two oldest kids. They graduated.
So this show is for the Criminal Justice
Westchester.
Department. I didn't realize how crazy, and you got to know this. Criminal justice majors, these guys go on competitions with the competitions are evidence gathering.
Oh,
and
yeah.
More than like mock trials that I remember law students used to do that. But,
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we learn about everything that you're not
Firearms.
supposed to. Yeah, everything that you're not supposed to do that Mark Furman did in the OJ trial 31 years ago.
Exactly, yes.
That's the whole point of the curriculum.
So this goes to raises money for them to go on trips, various parts of the country, all over the world, actually. That guy named Dr. P, the main guy out there, does a great job with those kids. And so we're teaming up with them. And our show with the City Rhythm Orchestra is basically my act put to music, and my act is complaining about our teams breaking our hearts for forever, for the last 50 years.
That's right.
So if they win the Super Bowl, we might not have a show.
Well,
we got to do some rewriting real fast. We got to tinker. Come on. I mean, we still got the Flyers.
You have
and
a
the
big writing
Sixers.
staff anyway, so you'll just have your
the
staff
writing
employees handle all that, right?
Exactly.
It's like a television broadcast.
Let's get together with myself again.
Exactly right. All right, let's get to the news as it's 7:11 here on this Friday morning, round number 2. The great Dawn Stensland with Joe Conklin.
Yeah, good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Friday morning, last day of January 31st. And we are sponsored this morning by Kitchen Magic. So a lot going on as far as the investigation, the federal investigation, the NTSB. And we're hearing also about an internal preliminary report from the Federal Aviation Administration, and reportedly showing that the number of staff members working at the air control tower there at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport in Arlington, Virginia was, quote, not normal for the time of day and volume of traffic. And this is Wednesday night when this tragedy struck. So the American Airlines plane and an Army chopper colliding right near, obviously, the airport Wednesday night. All 67 people on board the passenger aircraft are presumed dead, as we've been telling you, and then the 3 aboard the Army chopper. Here's what we're learning this morning. The headlines you'll see say, quote, a manager allowed one controller to leave early. But beyond those headlines, officials are saying that the positions do get combined regularly if air traffic controllers have to step away from the console for their breaks, or if they're involved in a shift change. It was right before 9 o'clock that this crash happened. So many saying, is that a regular shift change? Which really tees us up for the question of, was this a tragic sort of perfect storm that you had a shift change, and on top of that, you have the plane coming in, you have something that, you had a routine performance check or, regular practice check, if you will, with the Army chopper. But was that a perfect storm of circumstances that evening leading to the tragedy? One of the many questions. Controllers say they may have to step away when air traffic is slow, and then they will be able to step away, take their break. They thought it was a slow period, perhaps, but supervisors do have the ability to combine these roles, and that would explain why we normally, they say, would have two people in that position, and at that moment, there was only one, because usually you have two people. The one handles the choppers, one handles the planes, and that explains why, indeed, there was only one person at that moment.
Boy, I got to tell you, this is such a travesty, such a tragedy. I mean, what an epic disaster, and it's amazing that we could lose 67 lives over what potentially could be a shift change. I mean, I'm thinking. We've got Joe in here, obviously. I'm thinking hockey. I'm thinking line changes for the Flyers. I mean, I can't imagine what a guy like Nick Sirianni would have to say if, he was trying to get some fresh blood on the defensive line during an up-tempo offense. I mean, I don't know, Coach, this is why you have offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, and quality control people.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's tragic, obviously, and what a segue for you. Dude, that's rough. Come on. You're kidding me.
Yeah, that's I'm like, ouch. I'm just being quiet over here.
I was going to be quiet for 5 minutes.
Just trying to light it up just a little bit.
It's like, oh my God.
I am a scumbag.
Can I tell you something? I will say this. If I'm with the union, because the union has come out, the union is saying, hey, we've been understaffed for years. We've only had 19 certified controllers for well over a year, and we should have 30. And if I were with the union, I would push for a double. Did you hear Trump yesterday? He said these people have to be geniuses.
Sure.
And so these controllers, they're geniuses. They have. I would just play that
I can't
at my
imagine,
union negotiation and say mic drop moment.
I can't imagine the stress and the anxiety of this job.
It's one of the. I
don't know if they're 8-hour shifts or what they are, but can you imagine just being on edge?
Yeah, how do you see at night like that?
Right. And even as an experienced air traffic controller, you can't let your guard down at all.
I just thought of the 2015 train derailment over in Kensington or Frankfurt or wherever it was with all those. And it's like a regular job. I think the opposite. Like you get used to your job being so dangerous and stressful and important. But if it's just your job, you get nonchalant about it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what happened with the train. This evidently might have happened here.
But we don't know.
Right. It's just horrific.
It's awful.
This is what they do every day. It's like, oh, yeah, I'll just go ahead and direct this air traffic here. It'll be fine. I know how to do this.
Especially in this day and age. I mean, you have just go down to the most basic elements of aviation and flying. I mean, even the TSA agents, we're scanning. You got to take your shoes off because some nut job walks in with a bomb in his shoe. I mean, we talk about it as customers, how we dread airports. I would hate working there knowing that I need to be on my A game every single second of every shift.
Well said.
That's why we love the cops. You never know what's going to happen. They'll be, shaking hands one minute and the next, life is in peril.
Yeah.
This is true. Well, we are learning that there is a Philadelphia connection, Pennsylvania connection, Delaware connections, as we learn about some of these victims and their families, that they have close connections to those in especially the Philadelphia region, but Pennsylvania, Delaware, members of the Philadelphia Skating Club and Humane Society. They were among those who died when the American Airlines Flight 5342 crashed with the military chopper on Wednesday. University of Delaware confirming that a former UD figure skating club coach, as well as two children, young ice skaters, they were also killed in this. So our hearts go out to them. I know many are speaking out about this, but as far as the coach goes, I know that Natalia Guden said that, they also confirmed that not only was their coach killed, but these young skaters, Sean Kay and Angela Yang, their pictures are everywhere. And they were just beloved, and they were champion skaters. And I know that U.S. Senator Chris Coons was talking about this, and the family members, the community, everybody's speaking out about this. Just a tragedy. Yeah. In one case, there was an entire family, mom, dad, and their 2 little girls, as we learn about all of these different people. So we're talking about that this morning. As far as the forecast for you today, I think you're going to like it because we're 49 degrees. Unfortunately, wet, warm on this Friday for you. We chill for the weekend, 42 degrees, but the sun comes out, bright, sunny weekend. And then we pop up well into the 50s for your Monday with bright, sunny skies. Next week, very mild for the first week of February. In sports, I will say the big headline for Eagles as we look toward the Super Bowl is, my goodness, BG. Not the Bee Gees, but rather Brandon Graham.
That's right, Brandon Graham.
I'm so happy for him.
Hard to believe he's been around for over 15 years. I'd love to know if Merrill Reese thinks that this guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer, or at least getting his jersey retired at some point.
Hi, Nick. How are you? And I am excited. I am excited about Brandon Graham and the possibility. He sounds like he will play. He sounds like he's confident. He sounds like his tricep has been healed. So we're all excited. I don't know what to do with I cannot believe we're going back to the Super Bowl, Dawn. Hello. The Philadelphia Eagles. It's amazing. This moment of disbelief brought to you by the American Atheist Society. The Philadelphia Eagles, making atheism great again. Grab a hat.
A new spin on MAGA, making atheism great again. How about that?
I cannot believe it.
Yes.
This moment is actually brought to you by, because Brandon Graham, will he bring back the magic? We got Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com today. Start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. Kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them, and make sure that you tell them Kayal and Company and Dawn sent you.
And you can never get enough sponsors.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Especially when there's a little magic involved. Do you get magic in your kitchen, Joe Conklin?
Oh.
I'm Joe Conklin now. I'm this one, Miss Sirianni, in the middle of a tragedy. You guys
like
nuts.
that one, huh? You didn't think I was going to go there,
out
did you?
of your mind.
Yeah, this is like a Netflix special where nothing's off limits on this show, on this station. All right.
I know. I heard Tony Bruno the other day.
Yeah, he'll be back next Wednesday. I know.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Exactly right, Bruno.
Once.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in and chat with Conklin. Coming up next, though, we took our best engineers, our best remote workers, and we will go live to Chip Snapper's Tap Room in Kensington. Jimmy Kelly has everything wired and ready to go, and we will go out there on remote when we come back to add a little hilarity. We got to have something a little festive, a little fun to lighten up the news cycle. Our Eagles are playing in the Super Bowl 9 days from now, and we'll set the scene from Chip Snapper's Tap Room in Kensington next on Kayal and Company.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Earn unlimited cash back up to 4% when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard for essential items such as groceries, gas, and purchases from pharmacies and home improvement stores. You'll earn 2% cash back on all other purchases, such as travel and dining. There's no limit on the amount of cash back you can earn, giving you more purchasing power for each transaction. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874, 800-390-0874, 800-390-0874.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com. WPHT.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
.27 live on a Friday morning.
I feel for him.
Hello, Merrill.
I feel for you too, Nick.
Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Joe Conklin. Cut sheet coming up
I
in
feel
just
for
about
Dawn
20.
too.
Well,
but I keep missing her.
She's back in that little booth back
That's
there.
right.
2
They hide
rooms
me
away.
Yeah. I got to look over Jimmy Kelly's head. I got to look over these banners, these beautiful Piazza Auto Group things, just to get a glimpse of my partner in
Tragic.
crime. It's unbelievable. All right, but you know what? Enough of us in the Piazza Auto Group studios. We need to head out to a little old spot in Kensington. We like to call it Chip Snapper's Tap Room, where Jimmy Kelly and our engineers have set up shop, and the crowd is starting to file in. There we go. You can hear it's getting very loud there. Patrons filing in, pulling up a stool, having a cold one.
The radio in about 3 minutes. If I could, I could hear something in one ear there.
Yeah, do we have Snapper?
Well, there you are. Hey, is this Nick?
Chip, how are you, sir?
This is crazy down here. Of course, our regulars are in. Tall Paul, Eggy Duckworth, Duffy, Eager Bill. They're here early. Plus, a lot of people from, I don't know. I don't recognize them. They must be coming all the way down from Mayfair. But we got a good crowd early. The girls will be in at noon. We have a couple dancers. Just lunchtime for the men. But we're all excited about the Eagles. Margaret's not sure if she's got Eagles fever or venereal disease. Eggy got in trouble last week with the city. He got caught greasing his pole without a permit. And Duffy said he's been greasing his pole since Thursday.
Life's fun but the pole.
Yeah, it's fun climbing the poles. It's nothing new down. Dolores has been climbing poles for years. She climbed Dave Kowalski. She climbed Stotts Krajewski, and then last week Stan Siseski. Almost every pole in the neighborhood. I'll tell you what, Nick. I don't know if you guys are you an Eagles fan? Are you? I know you went to Temple.
Yes, sir. Big Eagles fan. Fly, Eagles, fly.
He got that down. Remember the last time the Eagles were in the Super Bowl? Remember they had a lot of stories about the drunk? Some guy cold-cocked the horse.
I
don't know
heard
if you
that.
remember that.
I do.
That was the same night Duffy cold-cocked the goldfish. He swore the fish was a Cowboys fan.
Unstable proof. You'll get arrested.
By the way, the girls on the avenue have announced their Philly specials this week. $10 for a regular handoff, and for $15 you can get backfield in motion. And for $20 you get the tush push. That's a good buy.
That's a good. We all
in
love
this
a
economy.
push, yeah.
And just like last year, for $8 the girls will hum the Eagles fight song. That's singing. That's not humming. That's not humming. By the way, Eager Bill went up to Frankfurt and Cotman. He said it was a perfect night. He got 10 hugs, 15 high fives, and 20 stitches. That's awesome. We're actually serving a new drink called the Frankfurt and Cotman. You stand in the middle of a crowd and throw shot glasses in the air. Whee! That's where a lot of people are getting out of hand. We did have a Cheryl Parker spelling bee here at the tap room. Nobody won. None of our regulars could spell the word employment.
That is called stupid.
I agree, Merrill. I don't know if you got a line on your sponsors for the gambling at all, Nick, but Kensington prop bets for the Super Bowl are out. The over and under is 14 on how many times Paul will drunk dial his ex-girlfriend. We got 30-1 odds that Duffy's wife will throw him out in the first quarter, let him back in the third quarter, throw him out again in the fourth quarter.
It's called a three-leg parlay.
You can parlay that, yes.
Yeah.
It's also 10-4 that Flynn's trip to the men's room will outlast the national anthem.
Okay, 2.5 to 1, gotcha.
And Duffy said the girls on the avenue are praying for the Eagles.
All right. Has Duffy paid his outstanding tab yet?
No, well, it's on the eye, as they say.
Okay.
He does that in partials when the unemployment comes in. I think that's Thursdays. But he said he thinks the girls are praying. Well, they've been on their knees all week. I don't know if that's prayer or meditation.
Yep.
And our menu is green for the game. Not for the economy, but Sawicki's Meats. They sent a large shipment of green sausage. Tracy from the Avenue took the sausage. We haven't seen her all week. And by the way, finally, just a note. Actually, we have one more thing about the weekend. There's a group of Eagles fans without TV sets. They're running a bus trip to Best Buy for the Super Bowl to watch the game. You're asked to please come dressed as if you were going to buy something. And another side note, what's it, tomorrow or Sunday? Groundhog Day.
That's right.
It's the Groundhog Festival. We do it up big in Kensington. We don't have a groundhog per se. It's a different kind of rodent. Well, it's Ralph the Rat. He's the third most famous rat in Kensington. Everybody gathers around the manhole at Kensington and Tioga, and we wait for Ralph to poke his little head out. And then if he sees a shadow, it's 6 more weeks of unemployment. All right, guys, okay.
Thank you. There he is. Chip Snapper. And now I'm being told by our correspondents out there inside the tap room that not only has Merrill Reese and Mike Quick arrived, but Jalen Hurts, Eagles quarterback, in the building. Jalen, I want to start with what really matters here for 9 days away is the USA Today. If we could maybe bring down the music in the crowd. Yeah, let's bring the crowd down just a little bit because Jalen's a very low-key guy. Jalen, I know you have to worry about Steve Spagnuolo and Andy Reid's defense, but did you also know that you have to outshine Patrick Mahomes? Because Mike Freeman is a columnist for the USA Today, and he's supposed to cover sports, but all he writes about is the fact that both you and Patrick Mahomes represent the black quarterback. Your thoughts, Mr. Hurts?
That's up to you. That's something you created. That's not what I had in mind. I have a totally different. I just go to work. Standard is a standard.
Standard is the standard.
The rent is due every day.
It sure is, especially once a month. And the landlord sometimes is not willing to budge.
You'd think with all his money, he would get a house at this point. He would be a buyer.
Right, $50 million, right, Mike?
Not still paying rent.
I mean, he's making $50 million a year. I mean, that's a little bigger of a salary than you were making back in the day, Mike Quick. But I would imagine if you were making $50 million, you wouldn't rent.
That's true.
Right.
But I can afford a house now. It's just amazing that Jalen Hurts still says the rent is due every day, and I know he's a homeowner.
Right. And what bank are the Eagles working with on the Eagles radio network? I mean, I'm sure, Merrill, you've done the read a million times. You could go to it. Is it First Trust? I don't even know what bank they use.
I think it's Fred's Bank.
Is it Fred's Bank?
Steve Martin used to do the commercials for Fred's Bank out on Highway 4.
Yeah. And you've been around a long time, so you've worked with a lot of different banks that are the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles.
The official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Hey, Jalen, how much is a bird in the hand worth?
Bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. See, Hurts with the cliches. It's like it's a gun to his head.
Yes,
Every press conference, it's like, can you please give us a little something?
He's so painful to listen to. But I will say this, on a serious front, there's a part of me that likes it because it's different than McNabb. I mean, and you know this, and we talked about this. With McNabb, it was, I don't know, aloof, passive-aggressive. He never wanted to kind of be the leader, but he claimed to be the guy. Whereas I do still think there's a little bit of that McNabb in Hurts.
You mean the passive aggressiveness?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
But McNabb was a different category. It's similar. See, Hurts has to win. He has to win this. He has to win a Super Bowl to silence everybody. Because he's got, you look at the play and it's like, you can't, all these people that say, you guys are nuts, all the guy does is win, is Sirianni. Jalen Hurts is a winner. Let's have him win the whole thing and then silence everybody.
Right.
But until he does that, I mean, this is the way it is.
Yeah.
McNabb never did it, and McNabb used to point fingers all the time. That's
right.
That's the difference between McNabb and Hurts. Hurts doesn't say anything. He keeps it all in. I mean, even last year, hopefully we'll get that story after they win it this year. I got a good feeling about this game. I think they're going to win.
So do I. I agree.
Awesome.
What's amazing is the outgoing administration that's been gone for a week and a half. Joe Biden, as we know, and we've cited and documented many times on this show.
My wife's a Philly girl.
So, Jill's a Philly girl, and you know that Joe Biden, the 46th president of the United States, he's pulling for the Eagles. And Joe Biden has just swung by in retirement and has joined us in studio. Mr. President, good to see you again. Your thoughts on your wife's favorite team and their chances next Sunday?
This morning, it's good to see her. Philly, you just heard that your wife's a Philly girl. Of course, it's true.
Yeah.
Can't remember her name right now, but I know she's.
I think it was Jill, right? Jill.
Sure it is.
Yeah, she was a Philly girl.
Malarkey.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Right.
Heard.
A lot of.
Your accused accusation with a DEI hire. I was a DEI hire.
Where
you got to get old people involved. It's the government. It's government.
Yeah.
Going to 40 years.
Right.
Where am I?
You're in Kayal and Company 1210 Studios right now.
Welcome.
We talked
It's
about
good to
this.
be here.
We talked about this 3 minutes ago, sir.
You're a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
You're a good kid.
Well, thank you. It's amazing.
I got grandchildren.
Do you? What are their names? Do you acknowledge the 4-year-old? I think her name was Navy Jean Roberts. Is that correct, Dawn?
I believe my time is up.
Your time is up. Okay. Well, we'll move on from Joe. Final thoughts here as we have Joe Conklin in studio with us.
See, what was that? A couple years ago? When would you knew that he was in trouble? Not this past horrible debate. A couple before that, with the primary. I believe
during the primary of 20.
He would get halfway through a question, and I see that my time is up.
Anyway.
Yeah. And then you lose it. Yeah.
Well, the worst one was, remember the Easter Bunny?
Oh, yeah.
Dressed in the full Easter Bunny. We don't know who that was.
He was parading Joe around.
That was classic.
It really was.
Looked like Chevy Chase.
Big event coming up 3 Fridays from now. Friday, February 21st, Westchester University. Dawn and I will be out there. We'll kind of do some of the emceeing of it, but it's going to be an epic time. One-time only performance.
That's great.
As well.
Yeah, I saw that every year. This is double host job for you guys. Have you guys ever been out glad-handing and hosting?
Yeah,
and,
we came out with you at
Oh,
Parks
that's right.
about a year and a half ago.
Oh, you were both at Parks.
Well,
that
Dawn basically filled in for Rich that night and then burnt the house down. It was epic.
What else is new?
Yeah,
No, I'm kidding.
Dawn tore it down.
Dawn and I have worked together many times up at Parks for forever.
Yeah.
Of course, Rich comes out. I do remember you up there one day. The new guy.
That was when you first, you were like, it was your first week or something.
Yeah, I was the new guy. They're like, who's this bald guy with a beard? Where'd they get this cat from?
So this will be fun. I know you have some listeners out in the Westchester area.
Oh, yeah.
Birmingham Township, West Town.
There you go.
Downingtown. Come on out and see your favorite morning hosts. Say hello.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It is. I'm looking forward to it. Always a good time. Anytime Joe Conklin's involved, you always willing to help out and stuff.
We got my brothers involved, my daughter, my niece. They all sing. It's wild, and the great, powerful City Rhythm Orchestra.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I don't know what we're going to have to do. Well, if they win, we'll probably do a Queen. We Are the Champion.
Okay.
Well, we do YMCA.
Oh.
That's for the Trump segment.
That's right, and that's coming up at 8:30 when the president joins us, a.k.a. Sean Farish. But,
he does a great job. He does so many great things.
Tremendous,
by the way.
Tremendous.
So we're going to set this up.
Second to that.
Joe Conklin's going to be Joe Biden. Sean Farish is going to be Donald Trump. But here's the best part of this. As you just heard, Conklin can do a Trump, and Farish can also do Biden. So we might need to do like a Joe interviewing Joe and a DJT interviewing DJT bit as well.
Oh, my God.
A lot of content we could work with here. We'll workshop it.
And
probably
concentration
on the air.
is the key.
Yes. Focus.
Lock in.
That's
It's
right.
Super Bowl week.
There you go. Joe Conklin is with us. Dawn Stenslin, Nick Kayal, Jimmy Kelly, Phil Omquist. We'll come back, get to a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet as Dawn and I will riff and react to all of the interesting comments. And who knows, Mike Quick, Merrill Reese, Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, Chip Snapper, Joe Biden, Joel Embiid, they could all jump in to comment on the cut sheet at any point in time.
I'd love to say a few words, Bob. I just heard my voice yawning. I'll be out for 2 weeks.
Back after this.
First, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com, Piazza, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This month, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight salutes Marine Corps veteran Joey Fay. Hey, it's Nick here. Join us this Wednesday morning as we shine a spotlight on this outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Our Veteran Spotlight is this Wednesday from Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Hey Philly, this is Tom Bucks, General Manager of Tasty Baking Company. On behalf of Tasty Cake, I want to wish our team good luck in New Orleans. Be sure to have your favorite Tasty Cake treats like candy cakes and crimpets on hand as you cheer the Birds onto victory. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes. Go Birds!
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out.
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Where'd you grow up? The river.
One thing I said that I would never do. A look from you and I would fall from grace. And that would wipe the smile right from my face. Do you remember when we used to dance? And incidents arose from circumstance. One thing led to another, we were young. And we would scream together, songs unsung. It was the heat of the moment.
7:48, Kayal and Company rolling on live on this Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, the great Joe Conklin in studio here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Get the show live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can see all of us right now, plus Sean Farish coming up at 8:30 from Tennessee. So you will have myself, Dawn, Joe Conklin, Sean Farish. We'll basically knock Jimmy Kelly out of box 4, and then we'll put Sean Farish in box 4, and then we will have a Joe Biden, Donald Trump exclusive conversation here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ooh, can't wait.
It's going to be great.
We've been looking forward to this for 2 weeks.
I know.
Seriously.
As soon as Stalker said we were doing this, I'm like, all right,
Yes.
got to start.
You kind of sprung it on me, too.
Yeah?
Like
Like Sirianni in the middle of a newscast?
Dude.
I was getting all kinds of texts like, Nick, did you really go there?
Come on, you're funny.
It's like, this show's not for the faint of heart.
I just felt like it was like, dance, monkey, dance. You're funny.
You'll figure it out. You'll make it work.
Been that way for a while.
There you go. 7:49, Jimmy Kelly. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
All right, what's on the cut sheet on this Friday morning? I don't believe we have a sponsor. Is that correct, Jimmy Kelly? No sponsor for the cut sheet today? After yesterday's rendition by you on behalf of Robert Half?
That is correct right now. They do not want me doing any sponsors. They would rather see me fly the plane.
Okay. But there's no sponsor for me to read. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just verifying. So let's begin, Phil Almquist, if we can. Let's round back to one of the 2 or 3 biggest stories of the day. Obviously, yesterday, Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard Senate confirmation hearings. We talked about that in the big take and also around 6:30. And then we got into the fallout from the awful airline disaster. Biggest casualty in American flight history over the last 15 years. 67 tragically perishing a few days ago. So let's start with clip 7 if we can, Phil. This is Vice President J.D. Vance talking about air traffic control and making sure that we are employing the most qualified and the best in this line of work. Clip 7.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means, on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C., is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, so everybody loses their mind, starts writing columns over Donald Trump's commentary by bringing up DEI. J.D. Vance just did the same exact thing.
Here's the thing. J.D. Vance, yes, he's the finesser in chief.
That's true.
That was him Trump-splaining after what I said earlier. And you know what? I love Donald J. Trump. I do. And I talk about it all the time. My husband's like, oh, here she goes. But in this case, he was flawless and perfect for the first 10 minutes. Then I think he started to feel the emotion and the aggravation of this devastation because he was talking about it and he got a little emotional. And he says, and this is all, and what does he do? He goes all rogue. Obama and Biden and their mismanagement and their DI, blah, 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 and he goes down that road and you're like, ugh. I told you, one of my girlfriends said, I'm screaming at my television. And this is I'm trying to cover this live and I have conservative friends everywhere. I'm like, what is he doing?
Well, I get what you're saying with Vance being the finesser and Trump-splaining, but he is saying the same thing. Is it just because he's more elegant?
It's like that fashion thing, who wore it better?
Mm-hmm.
So what he does, he is the most, and I've worked with world-class in television. I've worked with world-class anchormen and women. I've never seen anybody as good as J.D. Vance in as far as media.
Oh, he's great.
And the fact that he riffed that off the top of his head in 45 seconds or less. I don't know how long that was.
Right.
But he jumps up there and he basically Trump-splains and says what he's saying. This is what and he also, if you notice, said there was a time that air traffic controllers could not get a job because of the color of their skin, meaning if you're in that so-called black or brown community, they were going to discriminate. So he's spinning that as well, saying what this DEI does is it does not allow you to hire the best people, and it by its nature discriminates. So think about what he just did there beautifully and that was incredible.
But here's what the left does, and I get it. Timing's certainly a factor. It's a very fresh, top of mind, #1 headline story. But the left loves to shove their identities down your throat, and then when you give it back to them, and again, I don't know that this was a DEI failure. This could have been Bob Smith, 48 years on the job, who had a bad day, didn't get a second cup of coffee. This could have been a shift change, a staff shortage. Could have absolutely nothing to do with diversity, equity, or inclusion or identity politics. But I still think there's a far better likelihood. See, and I hate to sound like the 7-year-old and say, well, they started it, but they started it with the identity politics.
You would never say that. We have Joe Conklin here. I mean, they would never say that in football. What if Jalen Hurts does not throw a perfect pass to AJ? And what if, I don't know, whoever's open or whatever, and he could have thrown it. So in other words, like Melania says, be best, darling, be best. So, in other words, don't give them that opening for an interception because you know what they're going to do.
Right. Well, then AJ's going to go to the sideline and read his self-help book that he's highlighted a million times. Which
it's
you
a
bought.
Great book.
New York Times #1 bestseller. And then Jalen Hurts has to be asked about it if his wide receiver showing up his quarterback because his quarterback had the audacity to throw it to Devontae Smith.
An apple a day is in the eye of the beholder.
Thank you very much. See, Jalen's a lot like Joe Biden. It's 3 words, 4 words, and he's in and he's out.
Hey, listen, we support these teams.
Yes.
We pay the money. We buy the tickets. We're entitled to our opinion on their performance.
There you go. All right.
Couldn't Joe Conklin, you just mentioned, Joe, how many, you have a staff of 22 comedy writers.
Unbelievable.
Couldn't you loan some to Jalen and just have him write some lines?
He's got more writers than Gutfeld.
It's
unbelievable.
Not really, but
we had a Gutfeld writer up at the Park Show, one of the comics.
Is that right?
Yeah, about a year ago. I forget the kid's name, but
was he taller than Gutfeld?
He was a little guy. He was a little dude.
They're all little dudes. Gutfeld's like 5'4".
Is he?
Yeah, with shoes. When he borrows DeSantis' boots. All right, let's continue with the cut sheet here.
Zeoli's platforms.
But he can't wear that because he had a foot problem, so he's going to no platforms for now. That's right. I want to continue with the plane crash. Let's get to clip 8. A reporter apparently asks Donald Trump, if you're not confident that DEI played a factor, why bring it up? Clip 8.
Mr. President, if 64 people lost their lives last night, if you aren't confident that DEI had any role, why bring it up?
Well, all I'm talking about is competence. And we want in the in that particular position, we have to have the most competent people in our country because we're talking about lives. Now, it may or may not have had to do, but I don't like the fact that the helicopter was at the exact same level as the airplane. The helicopter should have been 1,000 feet or 500 feet above it or something below it. The plane was at 300 to 400 feet, or the plane should have been stopped because the helicopter could have stopped. The plane can't be stopped, but the plane was on a schedule that was, it was along a track. They call it a track. And it's the same track that every other plane's used for many years. It was going down and landing. And the helicopter got in its way. And if the helicopter was higher or lower or stopped or turning left or turning right at a quicker time, I mean, it turned, but it turned when it was too late. A tragic story. So, I don't know, do you blame it on the air traffic controller too, in addition to the pilots? Maybe the pilot's fault, they should have seen it. I would have thought they should have seen it because it was a plane that was loaded up with lights and everybody, you can see it from Kennedy Center, you can see it very easily. So all I want is the most competent people in our country to be air traffic controllers. It's a very important position, and other positions too, by the way. We're not only talking about that, we're talking, but air traffic controllers, maybe in particular. They have to be brilliant with computers, brilliant with graphics. They have to be psychologically really, really smart. And, there are a lot of people that wouldn't be able to do that.
So what you have basically here, if you boil it down to two camps, you have those on one side saying, immediately rushing to, oh, this is a DEI failure. And then on the left, you have, well, it's Trump's fault because he rolled back DEI standards, which my whole argument at the end of the day, if we're going to say, well, which one has more merit to their claim, you have no merit to say that this one is on Trump for rolling back DEI. Much like 4 years ago, when Joe took over, if something happened on day 7 of Joe Biden's administration that had zero impact, no matter what Joe might have rolled back executive actions, it's not on Joe 7 days later unless you can absolutely say, well, that's the direct result. You don't think that these DEI things were implemented and put into place directly in Arlington, Virginia in 7 days. So for the guys like Bakari Sellers of CNN and the columnists for the USA Today to put this on Trump. Now, if you don't like the way he handled it from a speaking standpoint, which is what Dawn is talking about, I understand that.
Like Pennsyltucky Dan on the YouTube chat says Trump's comments were factual, but he had bad timing. And that's that's my only point with this, that why give the media an opening to take, they're not even talking about anything else this morning. They're losing their minds over those few comments that were made in the middle of a lot of breaking information that he gave, and not even bothering to run what he said last night, which was updated information. Mm-hmm. And so why go there? And I'll just reiterate this because I think it's important to say that he was in the moment. It's a live situation, but so maybe you could say, well, it's a live situation. It's a very busy situation. It's fluid. But the media, by the time, everybody goes on air last night at 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, and as well this morning, they have a moment to put this in perspective. But what do they do? All last night from, 5 p.m., 6 p.m., all they were airing wall to wall. They had a split screen, many of them. And on one screen, they have this, they're looking for bodies in the water of people's loved ones, and it's tragic. And then in the other one, the talking head is ripping into DEI, Trump, Yep. So they chose to do that. They planned that. They produced that. Mm-hmm. And so how do they then criticize somebody for, quote unquote, getting political?
Right.
When in fact they supersized it.
Mm-hmm. But that's what I do, John. It's called leadership. I'll take the hit, right? It's a terrible tragedy. But everybody's talking about me now. That, take your mind off the people that died. It was a terrible, tragic thing. I don't know why the helicopter was so high, but I'll take it. I'll take the hit. I get in front. You want to criticize me? Go ahead. It was a very bad, terrible tragedy.
You're used to taking fire, literally. Unbelievable.
I imagine. I do wonder. Does Melania Trump does she say anything? Maybe Barron is more. Does she say, "Darling, you were perfect"?
She doesn't have to say anything. Look at her. Come on, what do we need her to say?
What, did you see the snow cap and the aviator shades before they boarded that little flight? Oh, my goodness. Sorry, Dawn, I had a moment
She is
there.
a beautiful woman.
Yeah, but you don't know what it's
You're right. That is correct, Mr. President. I do not. But I do know what the Washington Post does. How about this? You talk about media coverage, Dawn. Front page of the Washington Post yesterday. 5 stories on Trump, Bobby Kennedy. I've got a White House withdrawing order that froze spending. An RFK Jr. faces blistering questions. Buyout opposed, highlighting Musk's broad intelligence. Trump skirts and sketches law on civil service. Trump orders 30,000 bed Guantanamo deportee camp. And then down at the bottom, the 5th story, which happens right in their circulation backyard. Bodies pulled from Potomac after collision on aircraft. Even the Washington Post, now under the watch of Jeff Bezos, is still Trump. But, the biggest airline disaster in 15 years, we'll stick that down in the bottom right corner of the front page.
But I will tell you this. We live and breathe all of this. I just wonder, as far as the average person, are they paying that close of attention to this? And I don't have the answer. Like when I look at the Washington Post headlines and then there's a story, he thought his dog was gone forever. 7 years later, the phone rang and has this. Everybody goes to the dog.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
and
we
so
like
that's,
dogs more than humans.
They found a song.
You're damn right.
So I don't know how much of this resonates with people, and that's why it's important they just continue on because as far as these moments, and I'm always going to be critical and be honest, and in that moment I feel like he was perfect and wonderful and compassionate until he took the left-hand turn and started going in the weeds, if you will.
Yeah.
As far as talking about the past managerial problems that I do believe are an issue. My hope is that he sees the headlines and that he's reminded of that.
Okay.
And just to be, and Melania, who's, saying, darling, just be best. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah. Love it.
So
you had, so I see where you're at. You see where I'm at. Here's where I had a very small issue, but I didn't like Trump saying this. So this will be the first time I criticize Trump. Clip 12, Phil. Reporter asks Donald Trump if he plans to go visit the site. And then Trump's response, I'm not sure if he was serious, if he was confused, or if he was trying to be a smartass, but I don't think this played well, at least with me. Clip 12, go ahead.
Families of the victims of the plane crash.
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the
I have a
first
plan
responders?
to visit, not the site, because you tell me what's the site? The water?
Or to meet
Want
with
me
the
to go
first
swimming?
responders down there?
I don't have a plan to do that, but I will be meeting with some people that were very badly hurt with their family member, obviously. But I'll be meeting with some of the families, yeah.
What's the site?
it
the
was a
water?
stupid question.
Do you want me to go swimming?
It's an active investigation scene. And you have the Potomac.
Yeah.
It was stupid, but for him,
Yeah,
There were no survivors, but there were some people that were very badly hurt.
Yeah. Do you think Chip Snapper would go swimming in the Delaware for a rescue and recovery mission? I mean, do you imagine Chip Snapper walking out of his tap room after all of his patrons didn't pay their tab and there was a disaster on the Schuylkill or the Delaware? Could you see Chip Snapper going to the site and swimming?
oh, he's just handing you easy ones there, Joe.
I mean,
Wait, a lot of with the rain today, we're supposed to get 8 inches?
wow. I mean, if you ask Tornado Shapiro, it's a 50-50 chance of rain throughout the course of the week. So you never know. No relation to Josh Shapiro, by the way.
We're supposed to get 8 inches, but Nick Foles canceled because of the snow.
BDN, for those that don't know. All right, as we continue here on Kayal and Company with the cut sheet.
I have bad news.
Oh,
you know
no.
the Christmas tree that's supposed to be good luck
Out in the
here at
Odyssey Hub?
World headquarters in the hub. They took the ornaments off of it.
They were told.
They took the ornaments off. This is very bad luck.
They were told not to touch the tree at all. Let's get Merrill and Mike back in here. Merrill Reese, Odyssey corporate mandate has been violated. I expect a mass email on my phone at my Odyssey email address any moment. Your thoughts, Mr. Reese, and does this doom us against Andy Reid?
This is an outrage. Like you said, Nick, they were told to not mess with this mojo.
You can't mess with the mojo when the Eagles have been winning and they're on the way to the Super Bowl.
I don't know. Who's management? Can you get Yageroff in here? I mean, who do we tell? The other guy left. The other guy just left last week.
Wait, it's so.
Or a few days ago.
So we have one manager doing the work of two. This is what happens.
Are we shorthanded?
Yeah.
Is that why the
Shorthanded.
tree is barren? Stripped?
I guess Stocker's adding more responsibilities.
I'm a
Make a
capitalist
tree.
and a corporate whore.
Yeah, he is.
He's out sick.
Wow.
Somebody sold my half and half out of this fridge, so I had to go to the WIP fridge, which is, the fancy one.
Right.
And that's when I noticed that,
The
in
tree
fact,
is bare.
yes,
Yeah.
it's naked.
And then we go over there, and they're like, "Oh, here come the MAGA deplorables. Look at these. They're looking for milk and sugar. Go back
Go
to
back,
your side.
woman.
Go back to your other side, you
Oh,
Republican."
that is funny. It was, it's funny. What do we have? 5, 7 stations here in this one building?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't remember the old days when Bigby was around? We
What,
couldn't.
Tubala?
We couldn't. No,
No.
down on
Oh.
4th Street
Market?
We couldn't even talk to the salespeople. It was the carpet. The kitchen was the neutral area.
Well, you still can't talk to the salespeople. They just don't come in anymore.
Because they're not here.
They're zooming it
Well, they're
in.
supposed to be out on the street. That's where
Yeah.
they belong. You don't want them in the
They're
office.
like federal workers.
So the
6%
yeah,
come in.
There you go. So 94% zoom it in. So the balls on the Christmas tree here in the hub are gone. Nick Sirianni, he's probably going to be asked about this at any moment, and I'm sure he'll enlighten us on the chances of.
I think when you got did you like that the tree was bare, was stripped,
Basically neutered.
neutered, like stripped, like they heard Brandon Graham was coming back, so he went in there, his triceps good. He stripped the tree down. Is it a white tree? Is it a silver tree? Like when I was growing up, we couldn't afford a real tree, so we had that white one every year. Is that I went to Mount Union. I played football. My dad was a great coach. My brother was a great coach. My dad just texted me about plays that we're gonna put in this. Is that annoying? Does this? Can I introduce you to my kids?
By the way, you don't call it a white tree, you call it flocked.
Is that what they call that technically?
I thought it was bleached.
Well,
blanched.
white would imply that Christmas trees have elements and shades of white supremacy, so we have to give it a technical name, right? Like flocked.
Yeah, it's
We don't
flocked and ballless.
Yeah, well, you get married and then you become ballless. So I can relate.
Just describe Nick Kayal.
Just from experience, yes.
Flocked
absolutely.
and ballless.
Flocked and ballless, yeah. Ballless and bald, by the way.
It's our new morning show. Flocked and ballless.
Conklin and Company. We're going to crash and burn this one, too.
Oh,
All
we're
right.
all fired.
Don't use that expression today. It's horrible.
Flocked.
You're right, Mr.
Inappropriate.
President. The USA
Not
Today
appropriate.
might write a hit piece about me if I do. Good point. Let's get to Kash Patel. We talked about him in the Big Take this morning. I thought he was tremendous. He
Sounds
knows
like a new game from the Pennsylvania lottery.
that does, right?
So true. It's a cool name,
You could win.
Cash.
Play Kash Patel today.
Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. Kash
Where?
Patel.
Ooh, why?
Or a country singer.
Yes, he's going to come in and turn the Hoover Building into a museum on day one. That's what he claims. It was a couple weeks ago. I still love that clip. He's like, "Why do we have 7,000 employees in offices in the FBI? You're cops. Go out there and do cop work, right? You're good at what you do. Go out there and enforce the law, uphold the Constitution, and take care of threats against national security and domestic terrorists, right?" Phil Omquist, let's get to clip 14. Here is Kash Patel, not the game, but the actual future FBI director, saying he will uncover all of the bad hombres that show up at these school board meetings against the FBI and the dispatched parents when we're all just trying to focus on the best possible outcome for our children. Clip 14.
Do you think it is appropriate for the FBI to be sending agents, including counterterrorism agents, to the parents of children who went to school board meetings and asked about critical race theory in their schools, asked about the school's masking policy during COVID? Should those parents be treated as domestic terrorists?
Parents who have the courage to ensure their children are taught what they feel is right, and those who have the courage of their convictions to go houses of worship, in my book, will never be domestic terrorists.
I'm delighted to hear you say that. You're familiar, I am sure, with this memorandum issued by the Attorney General, the last Attorney General, Merrick Garland, directing the FBI and other law enforcement agencies to look into parents who went to these school board meetings, and we know from whistleblowers who've come forward to this committee and given us the evidence that, in fact, the FBI opened multiple cases against multiple parents across the nation, I believe, including in my home state of Missouri, another gross abuse, incredible political power brought to bear against everyday citizens. Why? Because they went to a school board meeting that they're paying for and asked about what their kids were being taught. Once again, I can't imagine, I couldn't have ever thought this would happen in the United States of America. Will you find out who was involved in this policy within the FBI, who agreed with it, who implemented it, who encouraged it? Will you find out that, Mr. Patel? Will you do an internal investigation? And will you make clear that those who supported this policy are appropriately disciplined? And will you make clear that the FBI will never do something like this again?
If confirmed and pursuant to your congressional request, absolutely, Senator.
Thank you.
There he is, Josh Hawley from Missouri. I love this because this actually segues a little bit to our third and final big story of the day, which is, of course, school choice. Donald Trump signing and sweeping executive orders right out saying we will expand school choice. It just happened statewide in my former state of Tennessee, where Donald Trump says, congratulations to Tennessee legislators who are working hard to pass school choice this week, which I totally support. We will very soon be sending education back to the states where it belongs. It is our goal to bring education in the United States to the highest level, one that is never attained before. Make America great again. It still remains to be seen. I think it's a mathematical long shot that you can abolish the Department of Education 45 years later. But boy, I love school choice. Tennessee got it done. Governor Bill Lee, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Glenn Jacobs, the mayor of Knox County, and once again, red states leading the way. You know, Don, we've seen this in Florida, now Tennessee. We'll see how it plays out. We know it didn't work out in Pennsylvania, but these vouchers and the ability to send your child where you want and what you believe is best for them to get away from the indoctrination and the critical race theory and the DEI stuff and just focus on curriculum-based things, I think is paramount. And I think most parents would love to have the opportunity to utilize a voucher like that.
Absolutely. To be able to, in other words, your tax dollars at work, and so you can choose that. I will say this too. I believe they're working on, especially here in Pennsylvania, but across the country, making it so that even for grade school or middle school or high school, if you are, let's say here in Philadelphia, this is my boat, is that you can use the 529 money that you've saved up since your kids were born, but you're taxed on it. You're taxed on it, or you can be taxed on it until they go to college, because it's intended for college. And so I think they're trying to lessen that as well. So all of those plans, I mean, why not? We should be able to tap into that. And it's really about the education of your kids. And you think about here in Philadelphia, or take any city, any urban area, you can look at somebody's, zip code, and you could place bets on the likelihood of a child, whether or not they succeed, whether or not they get recruited into, a pathway that's not desirable for the rest of their life. That's not fair. That's not the American way. The key to changing all of that and preventing anything bad happening and making sure that they get to live a joyful, a life of prosperity is through a great education. We don't give kids that guarantee.
Yeah.
And they don't have a year to wait. You know what I mean? Like they can say, oh, we have, and that was yesterday, Tony Watlington, the Philadelphia superintendent, he talks about, oh, we're on. No, this is urgent. It's immediate, because for that 6-year-old or that 7-year-old, they don't know how to read.
Yeah.
By the 4th grade, our kids they don't have proficiency in reading.
Right.
So this is urgent, and I'm happy to see this, and it is welcome, and that's just it. I think that's why in places where there are blue areas, they fear that, because everybody welcomes this. I don't hear anybody saying this is bad, except for the teachers union leadership.
Right.
Leadership, not teachers, by the way.
Yeah.
Leadership.
Yeah, people at the top. And my sister's dealing with this. And this is actually a great topic with what's going on right now with these administrators, superintendents, unions, teachers, guidance counselors. peddling this fear about ICE coming into schools to deport, children or illegal immigrants or, adults that are working perhaps in one department of the school. And to utilize, your term, my sister's boat, she has, her son and soon to be her daughter in the Parkland School District. And she sent me the school-wide, district-wide email that was released from the superintendent. And the subject is Superintendent's Message Addressing Outside Agencies in Schools. Dear Parkland families, Parkland School District is dedicated to ensuring that every student, family, and staff member feels safe, welcomed, and supported. As we navigate the evolving landscape of federal policies and societal discussions on immigration, we reaffirm our commitment to creating a school environment that fosters safety, respect, and success for all. She sent me like the entire email. It's about 3 or 4 screenshots. I won't bore you with all the, teacher union verbiage, but you get the drift. We're going to stand tall. We're going to make it sure that the children feel safe, blah, blah, blah. And again, it's this fear porn peddling of ICE showing up and dragging out a 9-year-old, which is not going to happen. It's not going to happen and has not happened. So this to me would be a perfect spot where if I'm already on wit's end with my school district and some of their policies and their political alignment, this would be a perfect spot. And my sister is well off, so she could, technically afford to put, her child in a private school, a Catholic school, homeschooling, whatever it might be. But for those that can't afford it, that say, boy, you know what, 3 miles across the border over there, I can get my kid into this school with a school voucher and get away from this madness. This is another time where I think people are like, man, I would love, you know what Gallup should do? The Gallup poll should do a question and survey the American public. How many people would utilize and or be in support of school vouchers and school choice? I'm going to guess right now at least 70% would say yes.
Yes, this is a huge issue for them. And as far as all of this whole, like you're talking about, all these memos and we keep, friends, family, many of you listening, watching on YouTube are sending us the memo from your local school, right? From across the country. To your point, think about this. First of all, they're required to have safety plans, right? Mm-hmm. Contingency plans, no matter what happens. But the same school superintendent who just recently put out such a plan to say, this is what we're very concerned about the possibility of federal agents and ICE agents. I would just say, you're not going to do jack. What did you do in Pembroke Middle School when a little girl, amid reports that there was a student who was just transferred because the student was a problem student, ran up behind her with this huge stainless steel cup, slammed her in the head. She had to get rushed to the hospital and get stitches in her head and part of her head shaved. What did you do? You didn't do jack.
Right.
So don't tell me about your contingency and all your fear mongering with this issue. Have a plan. Have a plan for anything. It was Pembroke Middle School.
That's right, North Penn School District. You reported on it. Yeah,
yes.
And it was the big Stanley, right?
Yes.
And that kid had a track record and a history. Remember, we were just...
What's reported. The kid even attacked the cops when they took the kid to court later.
Did we ever verify or confirm? I could, because there's so many stories that we cover. Wasn't there speculation that this was a transgender community member? Did we ever verify or confirm that?
That's what parents... that's what.
But that was never
parents tell me. I don't think it was.
Okay, so we
reported by the media.
Well,
but
course not.
I can tell you that parents of the children who were involved can absolutely say this was a 13-year-old, a 13-year-old biological boy who attacked a 12-year-old girl.
Yeah, I'm sure the Inquirer will be all over. 855-839-1210. Let's get to a couple of more clips here, and then Sean Farish will be joining us at 8:30. Staying along the lines of school choice, been a while since we've heard or seen from Tim Scott, my boy from South Carolina. He's busy living the married life now. What was his, Mindy, I believe was her name. Beautiful lady. Tim Scott at 60 years old, finally, getting married and losing his virginity. Good for him. Let's hear
Mind your own business.
We've actually got exclusive audio of Tim Scott on his honeymoon night, and he said this.
He roared!
Thank you, Tim Scott. Let's get to Tim's thoughts on school choice. Clip K1, Phil.
Mr. Senator, today President Trump's going to sign an executive order ending federal funds to schools that teach critical race theory or radical gender ideology. Are you comfortable with both those orders?
Absolutely. What we don't need in our school system is indoctrination. What we do need in our school systems, education. What President Trump has promised to the American people is more choice for parents and a better chance for success for the kids. We don't need to be teaching a critical race theory. We need to be teaching academics. We need to talk about math, science, reading. We need to get to STEM and STEAM, including accounting and arts.
I totally agree with everything he said there. I would love to also hear a Stuart Varney impression from Joe Conklin. That would be a good one to work into your routine. Stuart Varney, my little British friend. You can maybe do a Piers Morgan as well. Piers Morgan.
Yeah, my Rolodex is like from the 70s mostly. Isn't that where Varney's from?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
70s?
Yes.
I don't
Probably
know.
making $70 million a year. It's amazing, too, Dawn, with the school choice. And you talked about Tony Watlington, and in your newscast at 6:05, you said, well, we're making progress. We're getting there. We're going up. Well, what does up mean? Did you go from an F to a D? I don't know how they grade it, what the metrics are. They have all these different, I don't want to use the word spectrum, scales and percentiles. So where are we? Because if my children, and my kids go to Bluebell Elementary, and they're a part of the Wissahickon School District, which is a very good school district. And if you're in the Philadelphia public schools and you're a parent, and after the pandemic, after virtual learning, I mean, if you're behind in reading literacy, you're behind in mathematics, I don't want to hear a word about CRT and gender ideology. You want to start working that stuff in, I'm against it. But if you want to work it in and your school's a 5 out of 5 and you're one of the most widely respected academic school districts and you've got all the basics buttoned up already and you want to add more curriculum, even though I'm opposed to those said curriculums, fine. But you can't be failing our kids in basic math and reading and then shoving agendas that have a political slant down their throat. And the parents that have to deal with it that probably were unaware of it going on until little Johnny and Skippy were on their laptop in 2021 because you couldn't go to school.
Well, that's just it. The shutdowns that we now know were really unnecessary for children here in Philadelphia and across the country. And Tom Wolf, I think I'll have to double check this because we're way in the rearview mirror, but at the time they were saying that Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, was in the top 3 of the toughest, strictest shutdowns during the pandemic. And our schools held that the longest of, I think we even exceed New York City, believe it or not. And so our kids were not only banned from the classroom, all of these, and it was years. And then on top of it, the hot mess was that the parents, you had to go in this line and they only had Tuesday, go Tuesday. Hey, city of Philadelphia, right? Go Tuesday morning at 10:25 a.m., go in a car line and get your laptop. Your not laptop, little, your device, your tablet, because nobody had a tablet. Yep. And then we realized more than half of the kids and their families didn't even have the proper Wi-Fi for all of that Zooming. It was really a mess.
It was brutal.
It was.
This is so sad to think about it. And I remember that you just said lines. Remember the lines, even with church?
In
people are going to
2021.
mass through a drive-through.
And if we end up, God forbid, knock on wood, in our lifetime with another one of these pandemics, it's going to be the same helter-skelter, everybody running around like a chicken with their head cut off. We're not going to have enough laptops and Wi-Fi hotspots and all this other stuff. And you sit there and you say, what are our tax dollars for these schools going to? I mean, you talked about it. Heck, in the summer, we came back from summer break, and we still don't even have air conditioning in Philadelphia public schools.
How embarrassing is that? It was like Jalen Hurts gave them several hundred air conditioning units, and that's our kids' HVAC.
Jalen, would you rather be at the NovaCare in August or in a Philadelphia school without air conditioning?
With the Philadelphia public school system, a penny saved is a penny earned. So $1 billion. I'm sorry, I make $500 million.
Well, you're a very generous guy to donate air conditioners
Little parables.
to kids.
But he was.
Yeah, absolutely.
But think about that.
Mm-hmm. We got to rely on football players to get air conditioning in public schools because these schmucks are doing whatever the hell they're doing. That just infuriates me.
So in Watlington's defense, I'll say he inherited all of this. So I think, I think they're all trying to dig out from, I don't know what the heck they were doing. Jim Kenney was drinking Prosecco. Remember that? He was like drinking his Prosecco in the suburb. He wasn't even in the city.
Where did
Do you remember that?
Yeah, where did he get caught buying in public?
It was like Montgomery County. It was like, right?
Was it a Royal Farms?
Yeah.
He was at?
He was buying Prosecco at a Royal Farms or whatever by there. It was like crazy. So who was running things? I don't know. So, all of these different individuals, I guess they can blame that they get a pass for a little while.
Right.
But these poor kids, I mean, it's just not fair.
I agree.
And that's why we lost. What did we lose? 25, 30,000 children out of the city? Because everybody's like, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah. And hopefully most of these children will catch up. But you could argue there are some that are lost for an entire generation that will get through high school and still end up being a year and a half, 2 years behind. Perhaps they had some sort of, maybe they're on the spectrum. Maybe they have a little dyslexia. Maybe they have, whatever. And it's just, you try to play catch up. You do summer school. You intensify the curriculum. You try to cram 8 pounds into a 6-pound bag. And there's some kids that just aren't going to be able to handle it.
I know the city of Philadelphia and city council has this reparations task force. What they should pivot to is that our children in Philadelphia were damaged. And they were damaged by these shutdowns and lockdowns. And they should look at it that way. And I'm not a litigious person at all, but seriously, if we had, who's our biggest biggity big? Is it Klein, Specter Klein? Who's our biggest attorney? Like
Lundy Law.
Lundy Law. Get Lundy Law.
Morgan & Morgan.
They were damaged.
I'm Rand Spears.
Accident attorney.
So, I'm being serious, though. If somebody went in and you looked at this, if it were any other place, you could argue that all of these kids were actually damaged, and how do they make this up? And then give them all education, like vouchers, just for that. You know what I'm saying? To try to catch up, get private tutors, whatever you need. I just think this is so, like you just said, how do you catch up from that?
That's right.
And now once you're 10, 11 years old, and now you feel like you're behind in everything, what happens? Your self-esteem drops, right? Now you're being recruited by whatever in life is a bad factor. I mean, it's totally unfair and unacceptable. And nobody's having the conversation. All the headlines are the state of schools, well, we're doing better. That's not good enough.
I agree. Totally agree. But we have the conversation. We have all these conversations. Whatever the mainstream media won't talk about, we will.
Yes.
There you go. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. It is about to get completely unhinged in here. Sean Farish, live from Nashville, as the 47th president of the United States, will sit down for a conversation, and I have no idea what they'll talk about.
It might be the 45th, too.
Yeah, the 45th and 47th. We'll chat with 46. 46, Joe Biden's here as well.
Ooh.
Come on, malarkey.
Joe Biden and Donald Trump together on Kayal and Company. Next.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level?
Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assured. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for One Donation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get zero interest and zero payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go, Harry. Let's go, indeed. It's Kayal and Company rolling on Friday morning. Final day of January 2025. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Joe Conklin, Jimmy Kelly, Phil Almquist. Everybody's here, including Sean Farish, who we will get to in a moment, as well as Donald J. Trump, who we're going to get to in a moment. The only person that couldn't make it was the guy that kind of organized this whole ensemble gathering for today, and that's Greg Stocker.
What's up with him,
I
anyway?
don't know.
I love sticking people.
Yeah, he's getting stuck. He's probably drawing blood. I don't know. He's sick. He's always something with this guy. He just doesn't want to be here anymore.
Oh, it's not like we have to, like, he's got a real sickness we got to feel sorry for. We don't even know what it is.
It's the vomit virus.
Yeah, it's a stomach bug.
Yeah, it's going around.
Yeah, it's like claiming mental health. Once you say that, you're off limits. Nobody can question you. So, but we do welcome in the 47th President of the United States. Donald J. Trump is back with us again here on Kayal and Company. Mr. President, good morning. How are you, sir?
Well, we're doing much better than Greg, I can tell you that, right? Because let me just tell you something, right? I've had stomach bugs before, and I have the greatest immune system, by the way. You look at it. We love our white blood cells. The white blood cells are the greatest, and they call me a white supremacist for saying that, but the white blood cells, they're the ones who find the virus. They're like hunters and seekers. They're crazy. We love them, and we love our red blood cells too, right? We're going to put beautiful MAGA hats on our red blood cells. They're great. They start off as blue, and then they have the hemoglobin, the greatest hemoglobin. I'm a doctor, better doctor than Crooked Jill. But they have that. They get the oxygen. They turn big, beautiful ruby red. It's incredible. But we hope Greg feels better. He's dealing with they call it a stomach bug, or as I call it, too much Taco Bell. We'll see what happens, right? We'll see what happens.
Taco burrito. He's got something in his Speedo.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So, Mr. President, I do want to let you know that right across from me in the studio this morning, and I know he typically only speaks in 2 or 3 words because that's all he can muster up these days, is the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden. So, Mr. President, do you have any words that you want to pass along to 46 as you are now 47?
He's the worst president we've ever had.
Well, listen to this guy, right? Do you have pee-pee pads for this guy? You have pee-pee pads below him? Is he wearing his diaper?
I don't even know.
I was sick. Are you wearing your diaper?
I wasn't feeling well, and I married a Philadelphia girl, Philly girl.
Well, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something, right? You finally beat Medicare, didn't you? You finally beat Medicare. You beat it to death. You beat Medicare like Chris Brown beat Rihanna, right? Isn't that exactly what happened?
I got a better handicap than you. Let's golf. Go on, let's
you have
arm
more
wrestle.
handicaps. You're more handicapped than I am, right? But you don't have a lower handicap.
Listen to
that
this
much
guy. He's got to be the worst person we have. Malarkey.
Mr. President, let's get your thoughts. Yesterday, I said this morning in my opening segment.
Here's the deal.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
no.
I'm being
it's
serious.
It's the other guy. Yeah, no, we're talking
Somebody
about
turn his teleprompter
Yeah,
off.
yeah. What's Joe doing here? It's time to take
true.
It's time to take a nap.
It's true. What time is it? Where am I?
Where's Jackie? Mr. President, your thoughts on Tulsi and Cash and their performances yesterday in their Senate confirmation hearings?
Well, we love Tulsi. I call her Hula Hula Girl, right? You look at her. She's from Hawaii. She does a fantastic job, and she looked great, and she did great. But I say it's time to call your senators because we need cash now. That's what we say it, right? We have to call your senators. We want to bring in cash. We love J.G. Wentworth, by the way. I got along very well with them, but they're great people. But we need cash now. 877 cash now. You have to call that, but with a K. 877 cash now. We want to do it. But Tulsi looked great. I have to say that. Tulsi Gabbard, and she did great. And Cash, he did very well. He did incredibly well. You look at Amy Klobuchar. If only somebody would have told her she had 2 minutes left when she was rambling on before the inauguration, maybe Melania would have had enough time to bring the Bible over. But they didn't do that because she wouldn't shut the hell up. Amy Klobuchar wouldn't shut the hell up. And she keeps going and going, and nobody wants to hear from her. Bobby Kennedy, we love him, but he has, you listen to him talk, and it's kind of hard to do. But he has it's called a condition. Amy Klobuchar's hard to listen to also, but it's not called a condition. She's just annoying and stupid, and we can't take it. But Cash told her you have 2 minutes, and she didn't know what to say. So he did very well. Cash, he did very well, and we need Cash now. And Tulsi did very well, too. She's a hula. She did very well. That we say aloha to that. She did a fantastic job. And we're looking forward to her being the director of national intelligence. She's going to take a very hard look at AOC, who has what I call an artificial lack of intelligence, right? But we look at these people. These are stupid people, by the way. We love to say that. They're stupid people, very stupid. They're not smart. I'm very smart. You know that I am what we call the pinnacle of intelligence. You look at me. I got along very well with Albert Einstein. I said, Albert. He said, sir, we have a theory we're working on. It's called the theory of relativity. I said, Albert. I called him Al. I said, Al. E equals MC squared. He said, sir, that is brilliant. I said, energy equals mass, like Chris Christie, times the speed of light, like a cheetah, squared. It's energy. We have so much energy. He said, sir, we never would have gotten that if you weren't here. We did very well. I've been a part of many beautiful scientific discoveries. I got along very well with Galileo, you know that?
Mm-hmm.
And I also got along very well with Freddie Mercury, Galileo, right? You know, you look at it, Bohemian Rhapsody, but I got along well with him. You know who got along better with Freddie Mercury? Pete Buttigieg. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I call him, listen to me, I call him Packer Pete, and you understand why, right? Mayor Pete! But you have it. You have a lot of these things, right? We got along well with these scientific discoveries. Galileo, we both found Jupiter together. We both found Saturn together. And then he said, sir, I see Uranus. I said, that's not a nice thing to say. And we have to call it Uranus, right? Because we don't want people to be confused. But we found a lot of things together. But I got along very well with Albert Einstein. I got along very well with these people. And we want Tulsi to be confirmed. We want Cash to be confirmed. We need Cash now. And I think they're going to be confirmed. And we want Bobby too, right? We love Bobby. We want these people to be confirmed.
Speaking of Uranus and Mayor Pete, he took a shot at you on social media yesterday in light of your claims about DEI possibly being a factor with the Federal Aviation Administration in light of this tragedy. You've got the media coming after you, although, look, you said you were running on eliminating DEI. Your thoughts on this god-awful tragedy and the way people are taking your words and your actions as if it's some sort of surprise?
Well, I think Pete Buttigieg needs to shut his mouth, and for more reasons than one, I can tell you that. And that's all we're going to say about it because, you know, you're not supposed to go there, but we're going to go there. The tragedy is horrible. We don't love DEI. We hate DEI. DEI is terrible. We had the first DEI vice president. We had, not us, but we had it in the previous administration.
Yeah.
You know, you look at Kamala, the first DEI vice president. You had the first DEI press secretary, Corinne Jean-Pierre. Are you down with KJP? Nobody's down with that. I can tell you. Nobody's down with KJP. You look at her, it looks like a rag mop. She's terrible. She's very stupid. She never had the answers to the questions. A stupid person, really stupid. But we don't like DEI. DEI is awful. It's a terrible thing. And we'll see what happens, but we're getting rid of it. We're getting rid of all DEI. You know, Packer Pete Buttigieg was one of the first transportation secretaries. You look at him, he was a transportation secretary. He was only good at transporting one or two things, and we don't need to talk about it. But he had no qualifications other than he was, you know, he played a different ball game than a lot of other people. And I say ball game suggestively. That much I can tell you. But we look at DEI. We have to get rid of it. We have to go to merit-based. We want the best of the best of the best to win, not the worst of the worst like Packer Pete. I can tell you that.
And I've also just been told we've had a very wide open revolving door this morning as we've had Jalen Hurts in here, Nick Sirianni, and now Kentucky's own Mitch McConnell has just waddled into the studio. Mr. Senator, how are you?
I say Donna and I say Nick. Yes, speaking of Mayor Pete, so it's a big day for him up at New Hope. They're a big another parade up there, and Pete will be out of the parade in New Hope celebrating the invention of the can opener. Short parade, block and a half long, so we congratulate Pete on that.
Well, it's great to see you, Mitch. I think Mitch might, Mitch might freeze up
down?
at any moment here for a
Is he
good 19
standing? Is he
seconds.
sitting? Is he safe? Are we in a padded room? Is he standing?
He's
Because, you know,
standing,
he fell.
yeah. He's
You know that? He fell.
he's glitching right now. He's buffering.
Somebody prop him up, right? You got to
Right.
prop him up with a couple of sandbags.
Listen, Joe Biden and I have been friends for a very long time.
There he is.
What was that?
Stupid guy.
Where am I?
Trump accidentally froze him along with the federal funds.
I see my time is up.
Final one for Donald Trump, Mr. President. All of the fear porn and the same playbook being ran back. I'm sure I butchered that. Which way is it, Dawn? Ran. Either way, the Democrats are doing what they did 8 years ago. Now the word is chaos. Chaos and fear. Chaos and fear running amok in our nation's capital as federal employees are scrambling to figure out their future as you put the back-to-work mandates in place. February 6th is coming up. It's either return to the office 5 days a week or take your walking papers. Is it really a time of fear and chaos, or is this 2016 all over again from the Democrats?
Well, you look at the Democrats, right? These are stupid people. They're fake news people. They're losers. They're liars. They're Marxists. They're communists. These are bad people. But you look at the mandates, right? And there were people, they were begging me. They said, sir, please let me work from home. We're not going to do it, right? We're not going to let you work from home. You have to come into the office. You have to be, it's called productive, right? February 6th is coming up. And if they don't return to work, they're fired. And, I love to say you're fired. But I also want to give an honorable mention. You have, there's a lot of people who pay attention in Pennsylvania. My good friend, Punxsutawney Phil. He's a great guy. He's getting ready to come out of his hole soon, right? Punxsutawney, we love him, the groundhog. And the rumor is he saw his shadow, or he's going to see his shadow. 4 more years of Trump is coming, and we're very happy about it, right? We're very happy about it. But February 6th is coming up, and those people did not see their shadow, and so they're going to be fired. They're going to be fired. They're going to be replaced, and maybe they won't be replaced. Maybe we didn't need them in the first place. But they call it chaos. It's not chaos. It's called we're running like a well-oiled machine. We're oiled so well. I can tell you we're oiled better than a lot of things, right? We're lubed up like Stacey Abrams. You know what? Her rear end after White Castle. It gets real slick back there. It's terrible, like an oil spill.
Some people are eating breakfast, Mr. President.
Oh, you look at it now. You're not supposed to talk about it, but you look at it. And we call her, by the way, the beast of the Southeast, right?
Yes.
You saw that. And she's got a gap between her teeth. Harrison Butker practices field goals on that thing. You look at it, he kicks them through, and she thinks she's the president of Earth or something else, and she looks like Earth, I can tell you that. But you look at her, and you look at these people. February 6th is coming. You better get back to work, or you better find a new job. And if you get back to work and you're bad at your current job, I'm going to walk in there, and I'm going to say the 2 words that made Comcast. They call it Comcast. I call it Concast, because it's a total con job. You look at your Concast bill, it's always through the roof like a rocket ship. Nobody wants to pay for that anymore. You're at Philadelphia. They're right down the road.
Yeah.
And you tell them Uncle Don said hello, right? Mm-hmm. Because I made those people a lot of money. I made them a lot with The Apprentice. But we're going to say the favorite 2 words. We say it all the time. You're fired. We told it to Crooked Joe. We told it to Kamala. We said it to Packer Pete. We said it to so many people. You're fired. And you're going to continue to be fired if you don't show up to work, or if you do show up to work and you're bad at your job. You're going to be fired like a New York Jets head coach, but it's not going to take us a year and a half. That much I can tell you.
Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go.
Yep, get your fat ass out of the couch and get back to work. Sean Farish as Donald Trump, Joe Conklin as Joe Biden, Mitch McConnell. We had all of the high-ranking indignitaries in the studio.
Indignitaries.
Unbelievable. What a performance. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to get Farish's take on all the big stories of the day in the 9 o'clock hour. But I want to wrap it up this way. So, Sean, you obviously are known for doing Trump, but you also do a really good Biden. And Joe Conklin can do Joe Biden, but can also do Donald Trump. So I want to do a little role reversal here with Joe Conklin as Trump and Sean Farish as Joe Biden. I'll moderate this, and then you guys can take it away, and I'll just intervene from time to time here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. So let's begin right here. All right, so we have Donald Trump with us. Mr. President, your thoughts on what happened to Joe Biden when Kamala Harris and the Democrats subverted democracy and installed Kamala?
Well,
Donald
it was
Trump.
terrible. What it was unbelievable. By the way, a great host before that Sean guy. He's a tremendous player. He does so many great things, but I don't want to talk about Biden anymore. I mean, I'd rather just talk about the disaster some more and how we can point some fingers at different things. But how about Dawn and Nick today? Tremendous job with all these crazy things going on. And what were we talking about? See, what I do, I make the mistake of blending my Trump and my Biden. I know, Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe.
Trident.
You're like trans.
But the young
It's
kid
like
there
trans.
that does a Sleepy Joe, I'd be curious to see what he's got in there, Malarkey.
Yeah, Mr. Biden, your thoughts on not only because you've said, Mr. Biden, that you if you were the nominee, you would have defeated Trump again. Is that correct?
I would have beaten him like a drum, man. I would have a total malarkey, and I would have let an effective strategy to mobilize, chewing it out of the pressure. But the Joe guy, he's a good guy. I sniffed him when he was very young. I knew he was a little boy. Daddy said, "Joey, your uncle Bros is eaten by cannibals. Don't let it happen again." And we didn't let it happen again. I was on the front porch with black family eating fried chicken, walking with Nelson Mandela. But he did a great job. And I did a great job as your president.
See, it's fantastic. It's wonderful. I'm going to be stealing some of that. I'm going to be stealing a line or two, and maybe the cadence. He's got the barking down, and it's very good.
It's
very good.
I feel like Bill Murray calling Harold Ramis and Ghostbusters, saying we got to get the gatekeeper and the keymaster together.
Tremendous work out of you two. Wonderful hosts.
And Mr. Biden, you do believe that Kamala backstabbed you and Chuck and Barack really had it in for you after that June 27th debate in Atlanta, right?
I look at Chuck E. Cheese, Chuck Schumer, and I knew that guy well, and he was because he said Senator of Brooklyn, and I said, Chuck, you don't want me to drop out of the race, man? Why you want me to drop out? I'm going to beat Trump like a drum. And then Nancy Pelosi came in, she spitting her teeth out of her mouth and said, it's garbage, man. Listen, Jack, Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bad crew of some bad boys, and they said you're gonna wrap your head around a chain if you keep showing up around here. And the kids are reaching the pool and rub my leg down. I had the hairy legs, and Chuck said your legs are too hairy to run for president, man. I said, well,
I don't understand what he said. I don't think he knows where he is either. I'm not sure if he knows.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
Yeah, leave Nancy out of it. Sorry, boys.
Job. It's tremendous.
She's so All right, quick break. I'll towel off. We'll let our entertainers get a chance to catch their breath, and then we'll get Sean's thoughts on all the big stories of the day. 9 o'clock hour on the way, a big 3 from Dawn as well. But first, let me tell you about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. We're talking about the Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free, and it has 3 charging options to choose from, including that portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. You can visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details, and shop online anytime at piazzahonda.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. I'm excited to announce that our new home is complete, and it's built just for you. Built for savings, built for service. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. Right now, it's effortless to buy, trade, or upgrade at Colonial Hyundai. Colonial continues to be recognized for awarding the highest trade-in values in the region. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Tucson's, Santa Fe's, Palisades, and Konas. For this month only, drive home a new Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $119 per month. Every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2025 Elantra SEL Sport. 12,000 miles a year for 24 months. $5,999 down plus first month's payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and dock fee. In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires February 3rd, 2025.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit bradfordwhite.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It's on. Hello.
It's Kayal and Company. Final hour rolling on live on this Friday morning, 9:03. Great to have all of you in. Hopefully having a great start to your workday, or maybe the beginning of a 3-day weekend. Or if you're Greg Stocker, it's just another day in January where you're not at work. You know. Joe Biden, Greg Stocker. Nobody works in January anymore. Just Nick and Dawn, Joe Conklin, Donald Trump. We're here for you, though, grinding to make mornings and America great again. Sean Farish live from Nashville. So let's get into it. Dawn's Big Three coming up here in a couple of minutes as well. But Sean, I want to get your thoughts on all of the big stories of the day. And let's go back to what we first spoke about this morning, right off the top in the big take, as well as what I asked you about Donald Trump. Your thoughts, and let's go one by one. I know you have been all in on Kash Patel for quite some time. And, man, I tell you, when you watch him yesterday, forget the way he speaks. You just look at his eyes. They're like lifeless eyes. They're like Jaws. So I felt like Quint in Jaws when those eyes, just those lifeless black eyes stare at you.
Black eyes like a doll's eyes.
Yeah. I felt like Matthew Hooper. I was scared to death. I wouldn't want Kash Patel to start talking about where all the bodies are buried, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. He reminds me. Remember Mike Singletary on the when he was on the 49ers sideline? And his eyes were just like he's got crazy eyes.
Game face.
And I think that's what scares a lot of the people, more than the fact that, he's on the right side of the issues, right? Kash Patel. But we needed something to happen at the FBI to remove Christopher Wray and restore not just trust, but, honesty and integrity to the FBI. But I thought he handled himself like a champ yesterday in those confirmation hearings when he clapped back at Amy Klobuchar. There is just something about that woman that makes me want to eat concrete when she starts talking. Like I can't take it. And when she started speaking at the inauguration, I was like, give me, why? Whose decision was that? Like I know she was, but she's just, she like kind of moans when she, and I'm like, no, please, like just.
Well, she's moaning. She's moaning, Sean, because somebody's under the table shaving her legs. Remember?
No.
She makes the aides shave her legs.
Yeah. She's so weird. I would rather listen to Bernie Sanders going on about onesies than listen to Amy Klobuchar drone on about something just ridiculous. But I thought when Kash Patel clapped back at her yesterday, and she's like, "Oh, I'd love to, I'd love to spend 5 hours. He's like, yeah, well, you got 2 minutes. And she didn't know how to respond to that. He clapped back at Adam Schiff. Yeah, I thought he was great. I thought he was phenomenal. And he needs to be confirmed. And so does Tulsi, and I think, a lot of people are saying her nomination is in jeopardy. I hope not. But Kash Patel, to me, is, after Bondi and after Hegseth, probably the most important cabinet member, or not. He's not a cabinet member technically, but the most important position to be confirmed, because we need to, restore the integrity at the FBI. You can't tell me that parents at school board meetings and grandmas in the Capitol and people who were, peacefully protesting outside of a pro-life or an abortion clinic in the name of being pro-life are a bigger threat to the country than drug lords and the folks coming across the border and terrorists and Antifa, which we were told is just a myth, which is interesting because I've never seen a myth try and burn down a courthouse in Portland, but apparently that's what's been going on. We need the FBI to actually begin investigating again real crime instead of targeting political opponents looking for fake crimes or, little gotcha moments. And Kash Patel, I believe, would restore justice and integrity to the Bureau. And that's why a lot of Democrats don't want to see him in.
Speaking of Democrats, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard is, getting, hit 5 ways to Sunday from Democrats from every single angle. She has to have her head on a swivel. One day she's in bed with Russia. Next thing she's a Middle Eastern asset with Mossad. And you heard her yesterday just going through how much she despises Al-Qaeda, and she warned about Al-Qaeda. And Hillary Clinton people are like, well, Al-Qaeda in Syria, and next thing you know, Al-Qaeda is running Syria. I get it, former Democrat, same thing with Bobby Kennedy. But I love the way Tulsi, because she's got conviction, but yet she's super calm. She's almost a stoic flatliner, which is remarkable because we've seen her with firearms, and she's a badass chick. She's a double whammy for me. I love her. That's why I was interested in her as vice president if Trump would have went female. Yet there's a lot of people that think Tulsi Gabbard is maybe slightly better than a coin flip. What exactly do you think that's about?
I think it's because she can't be controlled, right? So you hear Democrats talking about, Trump is going to put all loyalists in office, right? And they start flipping out about how it's all going to be partisan. And so now he adds 2 Democrats to his cabinet with Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard. And I want to be clear, I still think they're Democrats, but like old school Democrats, right? Not the new crazy, rabid, Marxist, communist type of Democrats. I still think they're Democrats. And that's okay, right? Because if they're given a role, a specific role, a specific lane, and they execute those duties faithfully, and they do it, at a high ability at a high level. So I'm looking for the words, right? Then I'm fine with it, right? Put people in position to succeed. I don't care if the quarterback of the New York Jets is a Republican or a Democrat or a Buddhist or an alien from Mars. Just please stop throwing interceptions. That's all I want to see, right? When I'm watching Jets football, which is, not going to happen because it's Jets football. I really wanted Donald Trump to have Woody Johnson arrested at the inauguration for, ownership malpractice of the New York Jets. The hell with the vaccine. Get to the bottom of why the Jets are so bad. But, when you look at Tulsi, she can't be controlled. She's independent of the Democrat hive mind and the cult. So the Democrats whine about how Donald Trump needs to work with more Democrats. And he says, okay, Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi. Well, not those Democrats. You see, that's the problem. Those are 2 Democrats that walked away from the cult, right? That walked away from the machine. They walked off of the Democrat plantation. And now, the Democrats in power on the Hill, and some Republicans too, who, have a cozy relationship with some of those Dems and big pharma and the military industrial complex and the intelligence industrial complex. They don't want to see someone like that get in there because they're disruptors. And if there's anything that Washington, D.C. doesn't want, they don't want their gravy train to be disrupted. And those 2 represent a huge change in the direction of where D.C. is going, a huge change in policy. Bongino says it all the time. He's one of my favorites. He says people are policy. Policy isn't policy. People are policy. You could put a policy in place, but if the people don't enforce it, then it doesn't mean anything. It's the same with our laws. So when you look at Kennedy, when you look at Tulsi, when you look at Kash, Kash Patel worked in the DOJ under the Obama administration. These are all people who are qualified in what they want to do. And yet the Democrats and some Republicans on the Hill don't want to vote in favor of them because their personal livelihoods are at stake. And if that's the case, they shouldn't be serving in those positions in the first place.
Sean Ferris joining us from Tennessee, as he does every Friday. Let's get to the FAA, the DEI, the media, Donald Trump, CNN. So it's remarkable to me because I knew this would happen, and everybody was going to go to their tribal political corners, right? CNN's going to say, "Wow, Trump rolled back DEI, initiatives 8 days ago," and then, of course, on the right, it's DEI's fault. We don't know the identity yet of these pilots and air traffic controllers that have some level or a ton of complicity and responsibility in this disaster. But I find it remarkable is you have a guy like Bakari Sellers on CNN who wants to come out and tweet and blame Trump, columnists, talking heads. And I'm like, what? There's a 0% chance that anything Trump did DEI-wise with executive actions had anything to do with this specific incident in Arlington, Virginia. However, even though I don't know that it's DEI, you look back the last 10 to 12 years with Biden and Obama and the FAA, there's a chance, a mathematical percentage chance that maybe there was somebody unqualified. It looks like a staffing issue. It certainly seems like a communication issue. But yet, of course, Trump is being lampooned because it wasn't the right time. It wasn't the right setting. Your thoughts on all of this, the way it's played out and the way that Trump is now being criticized?
Well, look, if there's an angle to hit DEI on, I think it's what you just mentioned. And I think it was the staffing shortage that you just brought up. And the fact that it's possible that qualified employees were turned away because they didn't check enough boxes. And there have been some anecdotal situations and testimonies that have come out that indeed has taken place. At what level, at what frequency, we don't really know. There's going to have to be an internal audit of all those hiring practices to really find out the depth of it. That's going to take a long time. But I think if you're going to go after DEI, that might be the place to do it. Because a lot of people go after DEI and make it about race on both sides. They say, well, we got to keep DEI in place because there's too many white people. And then, everybody else says, well, we got to take away DEI because it's a race-based hiring system. It's not always race-based. There are so many other qualifications with DEI. The fact of the matter is when you hire based off of DEI, when diversity, equity, and inclusion are your qualifiers and it's not merit, you turn away qualified employees. And I think that's where we need to focus, right? That's where if we want to take aim at DEI and how it could have caused or played a role in what happened in DC a couple of days ago, then we look at how many qualified employees were turned away. And is that why they were understaffed? Because a handful of people who otherwise would have been employed weren't, because that type of person in terms of their ethnicity, religion, and orientation, they've already been hired. We got to hire somebody else who checks off different boxes to fill the role. The role is air traffic controller. Nowhere in that title does it say you have to be gay or black or male or female or trans or from another planet. You just have to be competent at what your job is, which is to keep the air traffic controlled. It's in the title. So, excuse me. Mm-hmm. So I'm still coughing up dependents that I'm going to be listing on my tax return from this flu from 3 weeks ago. It's unbelievable. But when you look at CNN, so they're the ones, they're the authority now on what you can and can't blame and what you can and can't talk about. And if you're not blaming Trump, it's not appropriate. Now, put that flip side, right? Let's go on the flip side. The wildfires over in California, you were not allowed to blame the politicians.
Yep.
Not at all.
Right.
You could only blame climate change. You could not blame Gavin Newsom. You could not blame Karen Bass.
Mm-hmm.
You could not blame Democrats in control of California. They told you, no, we should not be politicizing tragedies. They were still pulling bodies out of the water on Wednesday night.
Yep.
And they were like, it's Trump's fault because he fired a bunch of FAA people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, it's not, you didn't fire people that would have been working that night. That's
right.
Number one.
That's my point.
Number two, policy that he put in place is not it's the government. It is not how long does it take you to get your tax returns? Let's talk about how fast the government works, right? It's the government. You mean to tell me the government can operate within 6 days and make a complete 180-degree change? There's no way. It's the government. They are not that competent. That's why we have Doge in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny how the media and the left, they tell you who you can and can't blame. Wildfires in California, it has to be climate change. It can't be the politicians. A plane crash over near Washington, D.C., Reagan International Airport, it's got to be Donald Trump because of something that happened 6 days ago, okay? Even if they changed the way people are hired, you mean to tell me that a fully qualified FAA employee or air traffic controller would have been in that position had Donald Trump not put that policy in place? You mean to tell me that somebody 6 days ago would have been hired that was qualified to take over those controls in the air, in the tower? That's what they're telling you.
Right.
So it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense.
It really is.
Yeah, I'll just say this really quick here. What they're saying, and here, just to clarify this, what we're hearing is that this air traffic control tower at Reagan National, they've been understaffed for at least 2 years. And the union has come out and said, even the FAA, the government standard says they're supposed to have 30 people. They have 19.
Wow.
And these people need breaks. And so there was somebody that it sounds like what I'm reading between the lines here is that somebody needed a break, or there was a shift change right around 9 o'clock Wednesday night. And that's when tragically it was like that perfect storm.
Right.
That's what we're hearing. As well, I would say this, the part of the DEI comments, although I wish they were not made when they were made, the timing issue that we talked about earlier, I will say this, they're aimed at Pete Buttigieg and his focus and his lack of managerial skills.
Yeah. Well, Sean just mentioned the last 2 years. I mean, who was in office in 2022, 2023? It was Biden and it was Mayor Pete. And I believe you just said 19 when the number should be 30. I mean, they're 33. They have a 33% shortage there, if my math is correct.
So these people are, think about how overworked they are.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Sean Farish, great stuff as always, brother.
Sean.
Thank you very much. We'll chat again next week, and just be on standby. You never know. Greg might get a hangnail and need a few days off.
Well, I hope Greg feels better, and I'm always ready to pinch hit. So let me
All
know.
right, brother.
We'll
Thank
see you
you.
next week.
You're the best.
You got it. Sean Farish is with us. Joe Conklin is in studio. Let me just quickly grab this call before we get to a break, and then we're going to come back. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three, some closing remarks from Conklin. We've got Today in Music History. We've got our Morning Mystery Movie Clip, all the bells and whistles. But Tom in Percy is going to be out at King Shooters on Sunday in King of Prussia, getting ready to pass off the Kayal Company flag. And Tom is with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Tom.
Hey, good morning, Greg Stocker, Stock Tom.
Yeah, he does.
Hey, you guys are killing it today. It's unbelievable. I feel so honored to be on the radio with all these celebrities.
You got Joe Joe Conklin's right here if you want to say hello to
Relax,
Joe.
everything's fine. Take your time and make your point. Go Birds.
Hey, go Birds, go Birds. So Ray and I decided we're going to do the flag exchange at your event on Sunday.
Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Make sure that flag has been sanitized, it's been washed, because the handoff has to occur under correct NIH CDC guidelines. We have to we have to slow the spread right now of the quademic, Tom.
I'll make sure it's masked.
Thank you. Please mask the flag. A big KN95 at all times, and bring hand
There you go.
sanitizer as well.
Absolutely.
All right,
Absolutely.
brother. Thank you very much,
Thanks, guys.
Tom. You got it. There he is. Tom in Percy. Again, Sunday, KOP, 346 Old Church Road, King Shooters, as they are opening and expanding their facilities. Great spot if you want to be out there. Some final thoughts from Conklin on the other side. Maybe we'll weave a voice or two. You know what, Jimmy Kelly? I think since we do have engineers out there, maybe we can head back out to Kensington on the other side and just see what the crowd is like. And I'm sure the beers are starting to kick in. The girls are doing their little charade. Tabs are being accumulated. And we'll go out there and talk to Chip Snapper one last time. And a Dawn Stenzel Big Three. All still ahead here on a Friday on Kayal Company.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Rocco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with Crashproof. With the Crashproof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, since my baby left me, well, I found a new place to dwell.
Mustard.
Well, it's down at the end of Lonely Street, that Heartbreak Hotel where I'll be just so lonely, baby. Well, I'm so lonely. I'll be just so
Kayal
lonely.
and Company, jukebox fired up here on a Friday morning. Nick Dawn Joe Conklin with us. Dawn's Big Three coming up here in just about 2 or 3 minutes as we get ready to say goodbye to Joe Conklin. But before we do, I think it is imperative to put our engineers to work as we go back out to Chip Snapper's Tap Room in Kensington, where the crowd has filed in. They are jammed to the rafters. Chip, can you hear us this morning, sir?
We're about to go on.
Chip.
Oh, there it is. Hey, how you doing there, Nick and Dawn? We're getting all set to... It's Eagles Mania down here. Couple problems already, though. Eggy got in trouble with the city last week. He got caught greasing his pole without a permit. And so we'll have to get the... speaking of money, the girls on the avenue have announced their Philly specials next week, starting this weekend through next week's Super Bowl week. $10 for a regular handoff. $15 will get you backfield in motion, and for $20 you get the tush push. I know you're a fan. Crap! I know Nick enjoys the tush push when they come down, and as always, for $8 the girls will hum the Eagles fight song.
That's right, tush push. You got to get low, use those legs, and drive.
See, that's good technique.
That's right.
Eager Bill went up to Cotman in Frankfurt after they won the championship. He said he had a perfect night.
Yeah.
10 hugs, 15 high fives, and 20 stitches.
Now, Jalen Hurts just walked in. He's ready for a cold one or two. Jalen, your thoughts on how successful the tush push has been, even though Jason Kelsey retired?
Well, the man who goes to bed with itchy bum makes up with smelly fingers.
That's a good point. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, number two.
Oh, my Lord.
You're appalled by that, aren't you, Merrill?
By the way, this is so nuts. By the way, the Mayor Parker, we had a Cheryl Parker spelling bee in the tap room this morning. Nobody won.
No?
None of our regulars could spell the word employment.
Well, we also have a 5-second recap of another word that she can't nail. No, that's incorrect.
Cheryl Parker, Eagles cheer, brought to you by the Philadelphia Public School System.
Woo!
The public schools, what we don't teach you will last a lifetime.
Failing the nation since 1979. All right, there he is, Chip Snapper from the tap room. Thank you, Chipper. There he is, Chip Snapper. Going on out there if you want to, meet the girls and have some good drinks.
Too bad we didn't have any music today. We gotta have. It's gonna be big music when you guys come out to see us at Westchester.
Yes, it is, and that is coming up Friday, February 21st. Myself and Dawn Stenson will be out there in Westchester for a big night. One night only, right?
One night only.
We're gonna pack it in.
Yeah,
go.
It's the Emily Asplund Concert Hall. That's the big room.
What's the last name?
Asplund, the tree service.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Asplund, you've seen them.
Yes.
They got orange.
All over my neighborhood.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, you got a
Big
lot of
trees.
arboretums up there.
That's right.
Hello? Arbor who?
It's great to see you, man.
Likewise. Thank
Love you, Joe.
It's been a pleasure.
There he is.
Thanks, Dawn. Great to see you again.
Yep. Joe Conklin with us. Give it up for Joe Conklin. Just 2.5 hours of pure brilliance. Even Jimmy Kelly's in there clapping as he does his Sean Hannity and Mark Levin impressions.
This guy's good, man.
Yeah, after Dawn's big, do you have to get out of here? Do you want?
No,
should we bring in Jimmy to maybe do some impressions as to what the old 12-10 lineup used to sound like from
get him in
from
here.
3 to 10 p.m.
Well, here's what the old 12-10 lineup used to sound like. Hannah, thank you very much. Scott Shannon, I know. What do you got to say? Only 382 days left until Election Day. This is the pre-recorded, yep, I said it, pre-recorded Sean Hannity show. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to be getting married, and Donald Trump is loaning us Mar-a-Lago. Newt Gingrich's going to be the best man. Ann Coulter, the maid of honor. And don't forget, we got Greg Jarrett and David Schoen coming up. Hannity, Fox News. Don't forget to set your DVR. And coming up next right now on WPHT.
Oh, my friends, Mark Levin. Let me just say this right now. We got a great show for you. Let me tell you something there, genius. Yeah, the Philadelphia Eagles are in the Super Bowl. Isn't that great? And Merrill Reese, my friends, the great Merrill Reese, with us as well. One of the great broadcasters of ever. That's right, I said it.
And
Well,
don't forget.
Jimmy, why don't you give us a little line?
You see a situation right now. You see that Nick Kayal, he's got this blind guy who's pushing buttons in there. He's dreadful. I mean, he's just, I don't know if he's got any naps in his hair. It's pretty bright white. It kind of looks like mine. It's we were supposed to go to that break about 30 minutes ago.
Hey, Fatso.
Yes, my friend.
about
Are
the
you
sick kid.
are you talking about me, Mr. Imus? Let me explain something to you, and I will tell you this right now, my friend. I will put my ratings up against yours anytime. You are at, as they say in Animal House, a 0.0, my friends. Yes, fat, drunk, and on drugs is the way to do a radio show, my friend. I just figured out a way to do it, and you didn't. And you're mad. Don't forget, my friends, buy my book, by the way. I'm right, you're wrong. Deal with it.
I'll start very good.
Jimmy Kelly, that's great work, man. Great
Thank
stuff. All right. Thank you very much, Joe. We'll see you, brother. And let's now get to Dawn Stensland and get caught up in the world of news and all the other stories that maybe we haven't spoken about in the last 2.5 hours. It's time for Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored this Friday by First Bank. #1 legal pot for PA. Yes, Governor Josh Shapiro preparing for his upcoming Biggity Big budget address. He is expected to once again push for legalizing recreational marijuana, like all of our neighbors have done.
Mm-hmm.
Will the Republican-controlled Senate go for it this time? That's a big question, but it could bring big bucks into Pennsylvania. So huge money coming in. Will they go for it? That's the big question, but will they finally legalize recreational marijuana?
Yes, I think they should legalize it, tax the hell out of it. I can't stand it. I don't use it. I hate the smell of it. I don't like smelling it on the Schuylkill as I'm sitting in traffic going home, listening to Dawn. I am totally against you getting behind the wheel under the influence of it because it does slow down your reactions and your reflexes. But if you want to, legally purchase it and smoke it in your house, I have no problem if people do that. Let's find a way to generate more revenue for the state and fix Route 202 while we're at it.
Well, they say that Pennsylvania could net up to anywhere from $41 to $20 million in tax revenue, and that's just an initial estimate. Shapiro, the Democrats would want to tax it, do a 20% wholesale tax on that. Obviously, Republicans concerned, they've mentioned marijuana's federal classification as a Schedule I drug alongside heroin. So we have that going on. #2 in the Big 3, Feds cracking down on some fashionistas. Not fascism. We're talking about the FTC cracking down on, it's Fashion Nova. So the customers, are you a Fashion Nova?
Look at me, Dawn. I'm wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay, not you. And Jimmy Kelly, not so much.
No.
So Fashion Nova customers, you are getting refunds in total, $2.4 million. So, and this is I thought this was fascinating. Apparently, what they're accusing, the feds are accusing the retailer of suppressing reviews with ratings that were actually, they had lower ratings. They were lying about their ratings. And so they're saying that customers were duped.
I mean, like ratings and reviews online?
Yeah,
Or
online.
Okay.
Like they were giving themselves 4 and 5 stars.
I've always wondered
They
about
were manipulating the reviews.
Yeah, as somebody who likes to look at golf stuff, like golf equipment online, because I'm always trying to purchase new clubs and my wife hates me and wants to kill me for that. You see all the reviews and you see them at these big retailers and then you see the comments. And I've always wondered, I'm like, are those planted comments, right? Or are these real? Have you ever gone online, you personally, and given a review of any service or product you purchased? I never have done that. Not at a restaurant, not at a retail store, not at a corporation, anything. I've never gone on and said, pleasant experience, great selection. Like, I've never done that. Have you?
Yeah, sometimes they'll ask all the time, list of restaurant reviews, items that you bought, consumer reviews.
Yeah.
So, but that's to your point.
Yeah.
So apparently, people who thought they were just looking at like Nick and Jimmy and Dawn's, like, you know what I mean, everyday actual consumer reviews.
Yeah.
The allegation here is that basically it was faux fashion reviews.
Faux fashion reviews.
And therefore, I guess it qualifies by the feds as fake, phony advertisement.
Is that what we want our federal dollars going to investigate?
I was kind of surprised.
Yeah.
but it's big bucks, so I guess you can't do that.
Okay.
Number 3, I know we've talked. It's Groundhog Day on Sunday. It looks like it'll be sunny and about 42 degrees for our Groundhog Day here in Pennsylvania, Punxsutawney Phil, of course. But unfortunately, for one New Jersey town, due to New Jersey state laws, well, they don't have a Groundhog Day. It was a huge tradition. This is Milltown in Middlesex County, and the residents thousands of people would gather for their Groundhog Day. But then in 2021, Mel, their groundhog there in Jersey, passed away.
Oh.
Mel was very old and passed away. And so they got a groundhog from Nashville, Tennessee or wherever. And their groundhog was confiscated.
Oh, no.
Because in New Jersey, Phil Murphy does not allow you to pass over state lines to bring in a wild animal across state lines.
Murphy didn't want a red state groundhog.
No, didn't want. So seriously, they confiscated.
Yeah, well, he was worried that it was a MAGA raccoon.
Yeah,
or a groundhog. MAGA raccoon.
That's what they should do. They should just get a cat, dress up the cat. You know how people put the outfit on the cat.
Yeah.
And see if the cat get a laser pointer. I don't know.
Raccoons, groundhogs, skunks—they're all just disgusting, smelly rodents.
But I'm trying to have some fun here.
I like that.
So I will say this: that in all seriousness, because of the state policy and the state law, until they change that, they're not allowed to have the groundhog. Not allowed to do that.
See what you get. This is what you get.
There you go.
Elections have consequences, Jersey.
They could get the puppet that Sean Farish had earlier. He has a groundhog puppet, and just poop, pop it up out of a hole. Oh, it's on my shadow.
Farish has
a buddy voice.
Farish has a lot of props on his desk in his broadcast location.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to get it. We're gonna actually have to get a behind the scenes look at what Farish has on his table.
That sounds like fun.
He's got the word salad fork. He's got the Joy Reid explosive glasses.
I love it. Well, we are sponsored by First Bank, ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner. You can count on First Bank for personalized support as well as smart solutions so you help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender. Thank you, First Bank, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. We will come back, get to Today in Music History, our morning mystery movie clip, what is on tap for the Dawn Show. As we put a bow on a Friday, it's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
This week, whatacrock.com has saved me at least twice this week. You've heard me talk about their delicious meals, and they really do take the stress off of cooking, all the meal prep, thinking about dinner, worrying about it. What a Crock, they have tons of meals that do not require a slow cooker as well. I have a slow cooker, but sometimes, you know what? I don't have to use it because you can boil the meals in the bag that they come in, cook them up in your Instant Pot, or just right there on your stovetop. I do it all the time. No prep, mess, or stress needed to cook What a Crock's meals. Everything comes prepackaged, and they're good to go. No subscription or commitment is required to order What a Crock's meals. Oh, they make a great gift for anybody who could use a little help or a lot of help in the kitchen. It's just an easy meal. People recovering from surgery, or maybe a friend or family member has had some illness they're recovering from. New parents, college students, a sorry for your loss gift. Be sure to try meals from their new winter seasonal menu. The classic homemade chili is delicious. Also, another favorite in my house, that hearty 3-bean chili. creamy Swedish meatballs. I know I'm making you hungry. Hearty beef burgundy and the cheesy broccoli cheddar ale soup. It is delicious. Just use promo code WPHT. Get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Use code WPHT. $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Do it. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Take charge of your finances in 2025 by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-317-2277. That's 800-317-2277. 800-317-2277.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah, fired up on a Bob Duff Friday. Thank you very much, Piers Morgan. Kayal and Company still ahead this morning. What is on tap for the Dawn Show? What occurred today in music history? And also our morning mystery movie clip. But I have to rip. I hate to do this at 9:45 on a Friday, but I have to rip a former employee and staff member on this show as well as the Dawn Show.
Uh-oh.
Joe Conklin told me about an hour ago
Yeah?
that our buddy, our beloved, a guy who kind of resembles Puxatawny Phil in many ways, the legendary Anthony Dorenzo, is back in the company, back in the building. And I just looked at my text messages, pulled up my Anthony Dorenzo text thread, have not had a text from him since July. This is a guy who, his dad's in sales. Love my buddy David Dorenzo. And Anthony left because he was going to go be a producer for Fox News Digital or something like that. He was all, I'm going to do this and work with them. I'm going to make this, I'm going to make that. Apparently, it didn't work out, whatever. I don't know. None of my business. But he's now back, and he's working as a streaming digital producer down the hall for the sports station at WIP. His LinkedIn profile has got the big WIP logo. His Twitter handle says his new title.
Hey, Ant.
No text of I'm back. You
I
want to
know.
go grab a beer? I mean, Dawn, I feel like we've been spurned by one of our former staffers.
Well, I thought I told you this because I think it was last week, and I'm running again.
You did tell me this.
Because
yes.
they deplete our little kitchen area because, we're not the fancy favored child.
Right.
We're like the bastard child in the back of the, we're like
Right.
Jon Snow, the bastard in Game of Thrones. So I go out there and I'm like, Anthony, give him a big hug. Like, I thought he was having lunch, with your dad, Dave.
Yeah.
But no.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember, you upgraded.
Yeah, well,
I'm here.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. This is a significant upgrade. I'm not saying I need Dorenzo back, but a little correspondence. Hey, bud, now
Right?
I'm back in the company. You want
He's
to get
busy.
Yeah.
Did you and Mary get married yet? I'm going to go right there.
I always knew.
Did you give her the ring?
I always knew there was something about Mary. I always knew that. So
We love you, Anthony.
I'll lose my
We're
number.
so proud of you.
Creep.
Who's there at Fox? Everybody loves him.
Yeah. All right.
He's not saying much.
No, he's not.
Why are you quiet?
He's laying low.
Ant.
What? Is who quiet? Oh,
Anthony.
Oh, okay. Thought maybe you couldn't hear me. I have to yell at Jimmy Kelly again before we get out of here.
No, the mics are all on
All
today.
right.
Everybody's mic is
Your
set
mic is
and
on,
in proper
yeah.
place.
Yeah.
But, hey,
I know. If Jimmy Kelly left for Fox News Digital and came back and was working at IP, he would send me a text.
Of course I would.
Take him 8 minutes to send it, but he would still send it, right?
Oh, I thought Anthony was in
No,
studio with
Anthony
you.
is not here.
No,
he's just
no.
ripping him anyway.
No, Anthony's
Sorry.
not here.
No.
I thought he was like to your right, Phil.
No, he's not here.
Okay,
Anthony
sorry.
is not here. He's just ripping him anyway.
I thought he ran in your
No.
studio.
No.
Sorry.
And after further review, I don't want him in here. Stay on the other side of the building, sports guy. All right. Without further ado, Jimmy Kelly, let's find out what our morning mystery movie clip is.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You don't belong here. Sit down. You sit down or I sit you down. What's the problem, Frank? You're the problem, you disgrace. What the hell kind of man are you? You know he can't fight back. Why don't you try picking on someone who can fight back?
I'm not gonna fight you. You're thrown out of the game.
Back to the dugout. You shut your mouth, or I shut it for you. This ain't happening.
Hey, Stank, what's it like being a...
I don't know, Chapman. What's it like to be a redneck piece of shit?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Final pair of tickets today to see People Will Say We're in Love, a special Valentine's Day concert at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College on February 14th. Caller 12-855-839-1210. If it happens at the Zlock, we've got tickets for it. Caller 12-855-839-1210. All right, from movies to music, what occurred today? Phil Almquist in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 31st, we celebrate the birthdays of Al Jaworski from Jesus Jones, who's 59, Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols, who's 69, Phil Manzanera from Roxy Music, who's 74, and Adrian Vandenberg from Whitesnake, who's now 71. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Terry Kath from Chicago and Jeff Hanneman from Slayer. We also lost John Wetton from King Crimson, as well as Asia, among others, on this day in 2017. Singles include When I Come Around by Green Day in 95. Albums include Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinkin' Rich by Warrant in 89. Let's Stay Together by Al Green in 72. And Mystery Girl by Roy Orbison in 89. Also in 93, Michael Jackson performed at Super Bowl 27. In 63, Neil Young played his first show. In 56, Elvis signed with the William Morris Agency to make himself available to film studios. In 70, Whole Lotta Love by Led Zeppelin hits number 4 on the singles chart. By the way, the highest charting song ever for that band. In 59, Bob Dylan saw Buddy Holly perform at the Duluth Armory in Minnesota. Fun fact, my dad was at that show. In 84, Radio Gaga by Queen entered the UK chart at number 4. And in 81, The Tide is High by Blondie was atop the US chart. But lastly, another concert announcement. And to Linda Kearns, I was not going to pass on mentioning this. This batch, John Butler and G Love and Special Sauce will all be at the Met in Philly on June 28th. Pre-sale tickets go on sale on Monday. Yes, I will be at that show. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
It's remarkable. If Phil hasn't been at the show, his dad was at the show. There's an Almquist at every show, and the show must go on. Our show's over. Dawn's show is coming up next, and we find out what she has lined up just about 8 minutes from now.
Yeah, we have, this is an incredible, probably one of my best shows ever. I'm not even making this up. We have an incredible lineup, and we have all new details that you're going to hear. We're going to take you inside the air traffic controller's tower. We're going to tell you what the latest findings are with that, learning more about the pilot in this case. I will interview somebody locally from ICE, representing ICE, and really it's a great story about these local guys in ICE law enforcement and what they're dealing with, and give you the latest on the landscape, but from the human perspective, and especially asking them what it feels like to be out there in law enforcement in ICE and have these ridiculous headlines. You want to hear from them, and also getting the latest on the landscape as far as ICE in our region in the Philadelphia area. So that's coming up. A mom of 8, Jay Sixer, out of prison from Pennsylvania. A riveting story. It reads like a movie, so you'll hear from her. You're going to get to meet her. And then, of course, it's Friday, so we'll preview with our friend Kathy Barnett, who's a PHT host. Her show is Saturdays, 10 a.m., so Kathy will give us her perspective on all the DEI stuff especially, but as well preview what's coming up on the Kathy Barnett Show tomorrow.
All right, looking forward to that. For those out there looking for something in the afternoon beyond 1210 WPHT, just a briefing. 1 o'clock, Caroline Levitt, White House press briefing, and also I saw 3 o'clock today, Trump will be signing more executive orders. So head on a swivel. It will not be a boring news Friday, I don't think, by any stretch, and we'll have it all covered. Let's grab our winner. Katie is in Pipersville, and she has identified our morning mystery movie clip. Katie, you're on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Katie, you go right ahead.
The movie is 42.
That is correct.
It's an awesome movie.
Yes, Jackie Robinson, 42. Congratulations, Katie.
His
You're
birthday
going to
is
the
today.
Zlock.
His birthday is today.
There you go.
Born in 1919.
There you go. Katie on her way to the Zlock Performing Arts Center on February 14th. So that would make Jackie Robinson 106? 1919? My God. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next, and we will talk to you Monday. Will Stocker be over the stomach bug?
Oh, let's hope so. Even though this was a lot of fun doing this. By the way, big shout out to Phil Almquist, who helped me put all the music together the last couple of days for the returns right now. Great job, Phil.
All right, there you go.
That's what I do.
Jimmy Kelly, great job as always, and we will see you Monday morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V.